weekend. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So the 17th, 18th, and 19th. I have been I just feel so honored to have been invited to be a part of just an incredible event that is happening over 3 days. So there is this beautiful medium. Her name is Medium Kelly Kristen. You guys might remember her, know who she is. She, I believe, was with A1R Psychic Radio, or may continue to be. My life has gone crazy that I might be a little behind in any updates there, but she is an incredible and the sweetest person that I, have had the honor to meet. But she has got this incredible psychic symposium this weekend that she and others have put together. And what this is the event is over 3 days. So it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday from 8 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Now that is Pacific Standard Time. And I'll give you the website. You can go and check it, all the details, but it'll have a breakdown of time zones. You can actually be part of this 3-day psychic symposium. And no matter where that you are around the world, you can actually, if you can't join each day live, there will be a recorded link to be able to go and join. So, to rewatch the already previous live. How's that? So you won't be able to join live, but you'll be able to still listen. So anyhow, what this is 3 days of many other very gifted individuals who will be sharing their individual abilities or gifts, as some call them, that really is about how they apply their individual gifts and their individual abilities when it comes to helping with unsolved cases. So these psychic detectives, and it's incredible that if you've ever wondered how psychics, assist or help with law enforcement or, families to help, with maybe cold cases or missing persons, that's what this weekend is about. So it's going to be several presenters, myself included, that are each going to share something of their own unique abilities or gifts that can help you to open up your gifts and your abilities, so that if you are also wanting to, either just to be curious and to learn, or if you've always wanted to see about, how can I, help my family maybe with, if you have an unfortunate situation as, a missing person or an unsolved, criminal case or whatever it may be, this is a perfect weekend to do this. Now, there are, I can't remember exactly the number of presenters, but let's just put it this way. It's 3 full days and we have about 80 minutes. So each, so it's quite a few for sure. Anyhow, so just want you to take advantage of this amazing opportunity if that's something that you're interested in. And the website for this event is psychicsymposium.org. And this event is a very low, at a low investment, I'll put it that way. It is not that much for the 3 days. And matter of fact, if you use my name, Stephanie, but with one Stephanie 11, you can actually get a discounted 3-day discounted rate. So I wanted to share this with you because so many people have, unfortunately, missing persons or have unsolved cases that they're really, needing some help, or they feel they may be able to help themselves or to help others, and that's really why I do what I do as well, is opening up my gifts really to ultimately help others in this realm, but obviously also in many others, such as with A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, and helping all of the amazing callers that call in, and just even the short amount of time that I get with each caller, I hope gives all of them some peace and comfort, closure, healing, whatever it may be. So, all right, now really quickly. I'm going to kind of surpass the affirmation, because I know I've got a caller waiting. I do want to throw out there the number that has been so significant. As many of you know, numbers come up, and the number 37 has been a very strong number today. And so for me, this will be March 7th as being a significant date. This can also be the age of 37, whether that be the age that someone is or was or would have been now. And also, there's a bit of an emphasis on this connecting with the number 21. So being that 7 times 3, there was a feeling of needing to put that out there. So please keep that number in mind for all who are listening, or if you will be hopping on to my event that I do on Wednesday nights on my YouTube channel, and that is at about 7:30 p.m. Mountain Time. So here, a little over an hour, and I'll be doing some free readings for a little bit. So if you hop on there, I'll repeat this number again, but the number 37. So please keep that in mind. All right. Well, let's go ahead and let's take the first caller. So much happening. So Danielle in North Carolina. Hi, Danielle. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you? It's funny that you said 37, because the person I'm calling about, he is 37.
Well, perfect. I love it. Beautiful. I always say that these numbers come in and I never question them. I just know it'll connect. And really, a lot of it is given to me, by spirit guides or loved ones on the other side, or ultimately just tapping into listening to my own gifts. So I love it. So what is your question tonight, my friend?
Okay, so I don't even know where to start. So, me and my daughter's father was together for a long time, and we've been together for a few years. I still love him, I do, but he's supposed to be trying to get married, and I just want to know if it's something he's really wanting to do, or does he want to come back to me? Because when he talks to me, he doesn't. We've been together for a few years, like I said, but he doesn't even look in my face when we're talking.
Ah, okay. All right. And you guys, as I'm saying, you have a lot of history together. Have you guys known each other quite some time?
We were together for almost 11 and a half years.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, absolutely. Okay. And that to me falls right in line with someone having history together. So, all right, my friend. Well, let me. I'm going to pull a couple cards for you, just to see ultimately if they're giving us some more guidance, or just going to validate what I've already been picking up. So, give me a moment here. I'm going to pull a few here. That's very interesting. Okay. All right, my friend. So I went ahead and I pulled 3 cards. And the way that I do my readings, for those maybe who aren't familiar, I incorporate tarot cards, but I really just use them as a visual validation, maybe a little bit of a guide, but more importantly, the visual validation for you to really see what, my gifts are giving to me. And, being that I've already connected with, the age of, the person that you're inquiring about already tells me that, we've got this great psychic flow, this great connection, even before I knew who I was connecting with. So now, with that said, and looking at your cards, this is where I I'm hoping, I guess, if you will, that, and you have free will choices. I always tell all of my clients, I can always give you, guidance and direction, and but your free will choice can change that or decide to do something else. So, but already knowing that by that number 37, and that's how old that this person is, who you're inquiring about, I hope that you can take whatever comes in your reading and just really take some time to absorb and think about this, because I really do feel, even as I'm looking at your cards, my friend, that this cycle with this person is done. So this is the cycle of where, now I'll kind of put this into numbers. This year, we are in the year of the 9. And the year of the 9, and 9 in numerology really is where we're going to start seeing, everything that we have went through the last 8 years. Now, I know you guys have been together 11, but if you take the last 8 years, and now we're going to take everything we learned from the last 8 years, good, bad, and different, the lessons, whatever may be. And now we're going to really apply all of that into this year. And a big part of that is cutting old ties, breaking old cycles. We're going to really see this as a year of keeping ourselves grounded, not making any kind of rash decisions or making any decisions based on our feelings, emotions. It's all about how we're going to react and respond to things. So, as I'm looking at this year for you, my friend, a big part of your year of the 9 is stepping outside of that fear of, am I going to find somebody? The fear of, am I missing my opportunity with my person? Was this person the right person, or am I, reaching for whatever it may be? So, as I'm kind of looking at a few things for you, my friend, this cycle, very much I feel, I'll tell you. So tell me, I kind of look at a couple of things. I'm going to pause for a moment, but if I take you back about 4 weeks ago, so let's say a month ago, maybe the beginning of this month, maybe a little end of December, I just feel there was definitely a shift in his behavior, his energy. Does that make sense about the timing?
Yes.
Okay. It feels that even that time is really, he's got a lot going on in his world. I'll tell you that, my friend. There's so much.
You do.
There is so much. I can't even wrap my head around all this. So I just, and I get it. And I get why I'm telling you that it's time to end this cycle, because you're about to, really start and embark on this whole new you, and this, this clean slate you, this, fresh you. And what's going to happen is, if this person continues to be a part of your life, it's going to muddy those waters to where you will end up giving up so much of your happiness and your purpose of what this year is about. And I don't want to see you do that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but we're not together. We're, like I said, his sister told me he was talking about marrying the new girl. The new girl, supposedly the main girl that he's with. And yeah, I just want to know if it's like that's something he really wants to do, or it's like his mind is not in the right place.
Yeah. No, and I get that. And I feel like that there's such a feeling of so much of, and I think this is why I'm bringing this into, of where I know you care about this person without a doubt, and in many ways. And so to kind of answer that part of your question, I feel that he is serious and ready to make that next move with this next person. But he is also feeling that you are holding on to some hope, some, of even the worry. I feel he cares a lot about what you think. And I think that's really why I'm saying I don't want for this year for you to feel like you have to take on all of this as well and relieve him or cut that tie so he can make this decision of, yes, I'm going to do this. And regardless, I feel as this year is going to happen, you stepping back and just observing. And when maybe, he comes and says, hey, I really want to take the next step. What do you think? He really takes your opinion or your advice into consideration, which I love that. But I also don't want to feel like he puts all of his 100% decision into that, if that makes sense. And that's where I want you to come.
I said, I've made a promise to myself today that if he comes to me with it, I'm going to give him my blessing.
Sure. Yeah. And no, I love that. I love that you give him 100%. So, if he, as I see him coming into this year, starting this new, part of his life, then, giving your blessing. But I also feel he knows you pretty well, my friend, and knows when you may be holding back. So honesty is good too, but and he'll know. He knows you pretty dang well. I feel like, he knows when you are maybe, not 100% on board. But I just, I want you to know too that there is a feeling of some connection between the two of you that I feel he's still really holding on to that may affect the decision for him in the future. So just keep that in mind, as this year starts, especially with you and new beginnings for new relationships for you too. Has he talked about April as being a significant date or time, or is this a birthday?
My birthday is in April.
Oh, perfect. Okay, beautiful. There's some pretty amazing changes coming for you in April. So this could even be a time where both of you are going to see some new changes. But April, I want you to keep that month in mind, more for you of where I feel you having some beautiful new beginnings as well, okay?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm just making sure you've got a whole lot coming in. Okay. Just really quick, my friend. You guys have worked together for so long. He's only 37. Okay. And just, you can just tell me yes or no. Has your father passed or has his father passed?
Both.
Oh, okay. That's why I can't differentiate who. So I just have two fathers coming in that are so connected to both of you. So I may have your dad trying to step in and his dad. And what I think is very beautiful and interesting is the two of them, your father and his father, are just so incredibly proud of the two of you for being able to keep this relationship between the two of you still together. Because these two dads, I feel, know that the two of you will always be in each other's lives, for that matter. So, even that intention of, boy, if not both of them, one of them, sure had the intention of seeing you guys together back in the day, being together. So there's a sense
was his dad.
Is it? Perfect. He still is very proud of that moment, by the way.
That was his dad.
I love it. I love it. And, I love that both your dads are here to just say, regardless of what happens in the future, that the two of you will always stay connected. But you also, know that you may not be together again, as a couple or romantically. But if there's any fear or worry that even when he finds somebody and gets married and moves on, or you or whoever maybe, that you, even that decision will never cause the two of you to not be in each other's lives. Does that make sense?
Right, it does. Which I honestly feel like he's the type. We've been split up for 5 years, and he's never seen me with another man. Because, one time he showed off, even though he was with someone else. It was bad.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I can't believe my show's already wrapping up, and I got 30 seconds. So I hope that gave you some guidance and some comfort, knowing both dads are supporting both of you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. You really helped.
All right. You're welcome. Have a beautiful night. Bye-bye. All right, you guys, gosh, that went by so fast, and I wish I could have took 2 callers, but things happen. So I will see you guys next week. Love you much. Bye, everybody.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hi. How are you? How is everybody? I hope that you're okay and that you're doing well. I know that there's been so many terrible fires and, so many difficulties, but we're all thinking of you here in the UK, in London. So I'm reaching out to you here today, and I'm Eleanor Grace, and I'm a natural psychic medium. I've been reading for people, it seems to be decades and decades and decades, and lots and lots of you over in the USA, over the pond as we call it, and here in the UK and across the world as well. So I'm naturally able to have a look into your life to see what's going on right now and to really look into depth into your love life perhaps, or what's happening romantically, also your family. How are you faring? How is everybody? How are you getting along with everybody? Is there somebody coming back into your life? And that's something else that we really do want to know about, don't we? So there's all these very important questions that we need to answer. Now, I use my cards mainly, but just natural clairvoyance and connecting through to spirit. Those loved ones that we miss every day, those loved ones that have passed into spirit, that's who we're wanting to connect to. And you can see all the hearts that are around me, my jumper as well, you can see them here. We've got gold hearts for those that we miss, those loved ones that have passed over, and also pink hearts, lots of pink hearts here for those loved ones that we want to connect to, perhaps reconnect to, perhaps get back with, or just really enhance our existing relationship so that we're looking at how we can embrace some love in our life. So that's really important. Now, to do that, need to connect to you. So you can do that by calling into the show. I'll be having a couple of callers very shortly. And you can get a personal private reading with me. And that's by going to my website, and that's gracedestiny.com. I am, in fact, doing a lady straight after the show here today, who is from California. So fingers crossed that everything's okay with her. And you can always get an email reading. They're fabulous. Lots of people have those. They really like them. It's a private record, really, of everything that is happening in your life. And again, you can get those on my psychic readings page, which is on my website. All the details are there, gracedestiny.com. Just go there, you'll find me. Now, let me see if I can take a card for all of you. That's what I want to do here today, to make sure that, well, we've got this one here. It's crossing over troubled waters. So it's really all about making sure that we're helping everybody to cross over troubled times. And we've certainly got those around us, haven't we? And all the water here. So the seafront and the sea being particularly relevant, I think, for everybody. So we're crossing over, we're helping, reaching out to everyone who really does need to have a little bit of help and some security around their lives right now. So that's important. Let's have a look at another card. Why not? We can take our time. This is all about some lovely images connected to your home. So we have got all of those homes being devastated. It's interesting, isn't it, that we've taken this card here and the next one here that is really sort of connecting to all of those disasters down in the Palisades. Right, I've got Jamie here. Hello, is it Jamie on the line?
Yes, this is her.
Hello. Hi, how are you today?
I'm okay. How are you?
Yeah, okay. Not bad, not bad. Okay, let's see what we've got for you. Well, you're through to me. I'm Eleanor Grace, and I'm based in London in the United Kingdom. Hi, and I'm reaching out to everybody really with you. So terrible, those fires, those disasters. So I'm just going to take a card for you, Janine. Now, you will be pushing up against it. I think that this is a watchword for you, particularly during January. So you must be feeling as though you've got obstacles that you can't really get rid of at the moment. I mean, is that something that is in fact happening to you, that you're feeling as though just pushing and pushing and that you can't get over? It's horrible, isn't it? It's feeling quite stuck and, you know, why is this happening to me? Well, okay, let's have a look, a little bit of detail. And let me connect to you as well, because I can see you here contemplating a lot of your future activities. And I can see you in a garden. This is quite a formal garden. It's as though it's not your own garden, but a public gardens or gardens that are beautifully kept that you will go to. And here you've got peace and serenity around you. Now, the garden that I'm connecting to you is symbolic. It's all about new growth. It's all about you reaching the spring time, because I've got lots of flowers that are energized and, you know, really making you feel fantastic. And we've got this card here, a 10 of coins. So something new is happening. For you here, Jamie, you'll be either taking on a new role in work or expecting to have an influx of funds, money, resources, assets. They're all about accumulative property, and that's what you have. Now, property can be your money, your real hard cash, you know, what's in your pocket, in the bank, or it can be philosophically there that you're in for a lot of luck and you have wealth and prosperity to allow you to grow. In your situation, I think this is actual hard cash. I think this is money, real money that you've got at your disposal. And it's probably as a result of all of the hard pushing that you have done, sort of pushing your way up that hill. Very, very difficult to do. And I think that that's now where you're at. You know, I think that you've got some really good times to come. You've got to negotiate, though. You've drawn the Devil card here. Devil is really very positive. It's all about being in a good position, able to negotiate, able to get what you want. But the Devil does tell you to look at the detail. It's that saying, isn't it? The devil's in the detail. And that's what I feel is there with you, that look at the detail, look at any proposition that will entitle you to some funds. So a contract perhaps of employment or a sale of goods, or even a prospect in view of you being able to access sort of insurances, trust funds, that sort of hidden money which isn't obvious. And that's also something that you'll be negotiating coming to you. So they're very interesting set of cards. It's really setting you up to say to you, look, you know, you have got circumstances around you that are very, very positive, very fortunate. Not many people have them. And it's now time to take advantage, stop pushing up this hill, take a breakthrough, take a decision, take a chance. You have got a man here representing authority, very clever professional person that I think is advising you. So look at a contract. Are you thinking of new work or business? Because this is literally a leap of faith into something really quite new. But yeah,
my husband's in the military and I'm trying to get him out of it. And I think he's scared to take that. And I'm like, I know this is what we're going to end up doing. Even though it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But that's what we're guided to do.
Yeah. And does that actually mean that there will be an influx of money? So hard cash, will he get a settlement or some sort of deal? Because there's money here that the two of you will have. There's prosperity and a lucrative position going forward. However that comes in, you're going to be in the position to negotiate that, and you're going to negotiate it hard because it is around your property, your assets, everything that makes you, that makes your life really go forward in the best way that you can. I think that this professional person that is the King of Swords that you've drawn here, Jamie, is the person that is going to help you. It's a man who will be a lawyer or a person particularly with regard to aiding and abetting you in perhaps the military or some sort of tribunal case as well. But whatever that is, don't worry about it. Just roll with it. Go with it, go with the flow, because you have the Sun card next. This is the best card that you could possibly get. The Sun promises you fabulous outcome, really great outcome, and gives you the time and the chance and the opportunity to be thankful, to be grateful, and to be very much more in love again. Now, I see you grabbing your partner here, your husband, and surrounding him with love. I've got the hearts behind me. I'm wearing hearts today. So this is all about you having to do that. Surround him with the love that you feel, really bring that together and give him that heart. It's a powerful emotion that is there with you. So you've missed him, haven't you? Do you have a son as well? Is there a boy between you?
I have 2 sons and a daughter.
2. Okay, so I want to go to the eldest son. So this is the firstborn, firstborn boy. He, I think, is a great help and a great support to you, even though is perhaps not saying so vocally. It's his emotions and his closeness and tenderness and the way he looks and a few details and, how he responds to you. I see him growing and being a great man. I feel he has the capacity to go very far in his life, and he will take on responsibility. He will take on a role which is making him being looked up to by other people. Other people will regard him highly. So I feel that he will be in really quite a professional role, so he has status. He will have status around him, and that will mean so much to you. You'll be thinking, oh my goodness me, how did this happen? How can I be in this position? And it's very powerful, very positive for you. So let's look at this outcome here. Hidden surprises. So when you are going through this process of negotiation, the detail is important. So don't forget this, that, or the other. Don't forget little conversations or, this sort of willfulness, because your husband doesn't believe that he's going to get out, does he? He thinks he's going to be there. And this is where you come in, because you will have some very powerful words that you're saying, and you will be able to speak the truth, your truth, his truth, but also these details. So there's something about your husband that you're feeling is unwarranted. So maybe he's been unwell, he's not recovered, or that you can claim that he's suffering in some way. And I think that he is, and I think that that's what you're going to say. Does that make sense to you?
I think he's unhappy, even though he feels he should stay.
Yeah, I think there's a bit more to it than unhappy. I think there's reasons for that, and he certainly would benefit from therapy or from some sort of advice, and changing the way that he thinks about himself, and also the way that he thinks about his position, his role. I think that's important as well, and something that isn't to be missed. But don't forget, you've got the Sun card here, and you've got the Emperor. So this is the person that decides upon his fate and your fate. And he's showing in the first 6 cards that you've had. So that means that it's a gift. You've got a gift coming to you. Prosperity is here, a gift of love. So you will get your wish, but you'll also get money. And don't forget that money. There is a cause, a reason to make a claim, and that's what you will do. So there we are. It's been a delight to read for you. And do come back to me and let me know how you get on. And you can get hold of me on my website as well. But lovely to speak to you today. Best of luck. Okay, now I think I've got my next caller here. Is that Joy?
Yes.
Hello, Joy. Thank you for waiting. I wanted to finish properly the last reading because there was quite a lot that was coming through. So thank you for being a bit patient. We've got plenty of time for you as well. And that's what it's all about. It's sort of sharing the love. That's what we're doing at the moment.
Yes.
We're sharing as much love as we can get. Everybody needs it. Everybody wants it. So Joy, let me see. First card for you. Yeah. Waiting. We've got this one here. This is all about waiting for an apology, waiting for an event to happen that sort of puts everything that in the recent past into some sort of order. So you're trying now, and at the moment you will be trying to make sense of things that have gone wrong and perhaps have been unjustly thrown in your direction. I feel that there's an unjust situation and that you need a remedy for that, and you don't know where that's going to come from. And what I'm asking you to do here is just really trust in the process, trust in what I'm saying to you, because you're going to get some surprises that are going to be coming your way. There's news here that's coming your way. You've got the page. The page is always a bearer of news, and in your situation, it's good news. So I think that that's delightful as well. And this is all around the workplace. So have you left a situation at work, or are you expecting to do that? Because I've got new beginnings, old sort of problems resurfacing themselves and beginning to get tedious. And you've got this a sense of apology, a gift coming to you of something that really makes sense. So let's just get all of that into context because it's important that you will feel as though everything is beginning to get easier and make sense for you. I'm also guided to the name of Stephen or Stevie. So I don't know who that is around you or what that means to you, but I want to give you that name. It keeps coming in. Do you recognize that name? Is that for you, Joy?
I don't know, honestly. I know somebody named Stephen, but we haven't had contact in a while, in over a year.
Were you in a relationship with him, were you?
No, just friends.
Okay. You were just friends. Okay. That's interesting because I just feel that that name, and you'll call him Stevie as well. We won't call him Stephen, but that's very strongly connected to you. So it must be a new influence, because I think that's quite a long time ago, and it's not a spirit. There's nobody in spirit with that name around you. So just watch for it, will you please? Because you have new beginnings here, and you've got the ace coming in. And this will always indicate that whatever it is that you're doing with your time, from the time you get up in the morning to when you go to sleep at night, that's when I want to concentrate on the fabric of your day, what you're doing for work or for business or for pleasure. And this is all about changes and new things that are happening. And that's where I want to place Stephen, as he's coming in to that space with you. And I think that that's powerful, really important. You're going to be very happy as well with working here. It may be a mentor to you, somebody who guides you, shows you the way, leads you forward, and gives you lots of help as well. And I'm feeling that you need a lot of help. Is there somebody that's left your life? We all need help. We do. Go on.
Go ahead. Sorry.
It's all right. No, I'm waiting for you to respond. It's okay.
Yes. I moved from Maine. And me and my boyfriend moved out here in May of 2022, and he passed away.
Right. That's why I felt that this was the name from Spirit. Okay, I understand now. What was his name? Can you tell me his name?
Paul.
Okay. Do you know, he was here last week. I was on the show last week and I had Paul, but never mind. I will connect to him for you. I think it's been waiting for you. That's all I can say. Because the lady that I spoke to, I mean, she said, no, I don't know, Paul. No, not clear on that one. So I think he's been hanging around and waiting for you to join me on the show. So it's a little tap, tap, tap. Come on, you pick up the phone, get hold of A1R Psychic Radio. That's what you needed to do. Look, I mean, he died unexpectedly. I feel that, you know, he giggled, didn't he? He had the same sort of laughter and joyous energy that you do.
He was full of life.
Yeah. And I feel that, you know, he didn't want to turn his back, because I've got this man who's turned his back, sort of gone into spirit, he's passed over, but he's still with you. Don't miss him, because he seems to be with you all the time. When you look in a mirror, do you feel as though there's a shadow and that you may see him? Because I've got mirrors being quite important, particularly in your bedroom, particularly when you go to sleep at night. And you're waking up, aren't you, about 3, 4 in the morning? I've got you waking up, and it seems as though you want the light on, or, you know, you're not comfortable anyway with sleeping. I feel that he's there. He comes into your subconscious. You must have dreamt about him recently, because there's cats as well that seem to be around your premises or around your home. Does a neighbour have cats, or do you not like them? Is that what is going on? What is it?
I love cats. I love all animals, but I'm allergic to cats. But
that's what it is.
I love animals.
Yeah. Well, there's lots of cats around you, and I felt that they were from neighbours. Now, they're bringing in that psychic sense, and that's why I'm seeing them, because they're, you know, it's about intuition. It's about you homing in on that connection that I want you to make to Paul, because he's trying to come through to you all the time. And that's why I'm being told here, well, there's the cats, they're all around. That's heightening your psychic intuition. Do you know what? When you don't need that spiritual connection, the cats just disappear. They do all the time. I promise you, it happens all the time that, you know, these cats are around, and then you've got your connection, you're speaking to your spirit, and they just hide or disappear. They just don't come anywhere near. Or somebody buys a dog, which maybe has the same effect as the dog.
Right.
But if that happens, then the same result is there, that, you know, you've made your connection spiritually.
Yes.
I think you've got a very infectious laugh. I love it. I love your laugh. Look, you've got separation of ties. So I think that you are moving again. Is this in your plan? Because you are moving to a place where it's more supportive, that you've got more people around you, that you're enjoying your life more, and that you feel more at home. Is that what you're thinking of doing? Okay. Well, I think that by June this year, June 2025, you'll have achieved that. It will be there, and you will be putting down roots in a new home for yourself. It's marvelous. It really is marvelous. It's going to give you that great sense of satisfaction. Now, here is the man. Now, I'm going to say it. You may not accept it at the moment, but I feel that the name Stevie is what you would call a bit like Stevie Wonder, but Stevie, you will call him that name, and he is being sent to you from Paul. Paul is sending you a partner, a person. Oh, seriously, I know this. I've got teardrops. There's tears that are falling. That's from Paul, but he's happy. You know, he wants you to know he's happy for you. You've got a life to live now, and he wants you to live it. Did he have boots? what was it about the boots? Did you buy him some boots, or was there a problem with boots?
The cowboy boots. He always wanted them, and I bought them for him.
Well, he was telling you, I remember the boots. He's got them. I can see them.
It's so funny.
What a wonderful message for you. So, Paul has got his boots.
Something?
Yeah. Go for it. What do you
Do you see a time frame of when I might meet this person?
June 2025. This year. It's time to get a move on now. It's time to get a move on. Yeah? So, what do we want, Joy?
Thank you.
We want to really make sure that you're doing absolutely everything that you can to look as wonderful as you can be and to be as happy in your heart, knowing that Paul is with you, is communicated to you. The cats will disappear, I'm sure now, because it is making you, the allergy is getting worse, the sneezing and the itching, itchy skin, waking up in the middle of the night. Do you get itchy skin, Joy? Is that something that happens? You want to rub your skin. Well, you know from Paul that he's got his boots and he's not letting go of his boots. He's telling you that, so you know that. He wants to make you laugh, and he's sending you somebody to take care of you, take care of your heart, and to take care of you, help you with the bills, with life, with the ups and downs, and to make you feel better, warmer inside, because you've got such a warm heart, such a warm personality, and that's what you've got to maintain. You've got to keep that going. And here, this is your final card here, is the Two of Cups. It's all about a new relationship and being connected, brought together purposely, brought together on purpose, so that you can feel happy and so that you can be in love again. And even though that's hard to imagine, even hard to contemplate perhaps, being in love is a wonderful thing. And we love different people for different reasons and in different ways. And you'll never love Stevie in the same way that you have loved Paul. But he's there for you and he's there in your future. And I do wish you so much happiness, because you deserve it. You've been through a lot, but you need to move in order to get that. Where you are situated right now is not doing anything for you. And there's a new role, a new job, and that's going to be granted to you as well, because a handshake coming and a contract that's there. Joy, I wish you all the joy in the world for this year, and I'm sure it's there for you. It's been a pleasure reading for you, and I love your lovely laughter. And let's keep laughing throughout 2025. And do come back to me and let me know. Okay, well, thank you for joining me today on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. And I hope that you will join me again next week. I've been Eleanor Grace, and I'm in London in the United Kingdom. Lots of love to you all, and great blessings to all of those wonderful firefighters and all those loved ones out there. See you next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darling. It's me, Perry Lyons, and you're you, which is to say, you. Hi. I've got my Christmas lights up. I don't think I'm ever going to take them down because I feel very sparkly when they're on. Okay. Welcome to Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic. And what else can I tell you? I'm currently in Annapolis, Maryland, the other place I live, and it snowed like something that snows a lot is what happened. And power went off. There's 1.5 feet of snow because sort of in the south, everybody's like, oh my God, the world is coming to an end. So I've been totally isolated for 3 days. That kind of suits me. Okay, I've got new tarot cards for you guys. By the way, I'm here waiting, staring at my phone like a lovesick teenager waiting for your call. So just to remind you. And I'm feeling my Australian audience today. I don't know why. I'm a U.S. audience, and soon we're going to own Canada. Oh, and Greenland, and Panama. Anyway, that'll bring down the cost of eggs. God, I've got this song stuck in my head. It's kind of an odd thing. I'm a singer, and I write songs, and I had this act for a very long time, and I used to do this song in it called "From Clare to Here," meaning County Clare in Ireland. It's about a bunch of homesick Irish immigrants, and I just was doing some research today, and I found out that my family is, in fact, from County Clare. Half Irish, half Irish Mayflower. Anyway, I'm rambling. I don't know why, but I'm very happy you're here. And if you call in, I will give you a loving, accurate, kind of straightforward reading. I keep trying not to be blunt, but it doesn't work out. So we're going to do the Psychic Tarot Weather. I got new cards. They're pretty. They're all gold. Woohoo! If you've got Leo in your chart anywhere, I have Moon in Leo, it means you like gold. I like gold. So please send me some. Thank you. Preferably in big bars. It's funny. When I had a boyfriend who was starring in Wall Street 2, the sequel, and the director, Oliver Stone, I went to his trailer, and there was this wall of genuine gold bars. I have no idea why they were there. And he caught me when I was trying to, no, I didn't try to take one. But, okay. So this is how the psychic weather works. Tarot psychic weather. Just like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. And the first card is the first part of the week. Second card is like the weekend. Third card, oh, hi, Mary. And oh, I love North Carolina. I'll be with you in about 3 shakes of the lamb's tail. I'm just going to do the psychic weather.
Okay, thank you.
And what I'm going to ask you to do is think about your question. I don't know why this thing's bugging me. Take a deep, deep breath like this. And take another breath on top of that, like that. And then blow out like this, which is kind of sounding rude, but kind of like a cross between a whoopee cushion and blowing out a birthday candle. What this does is it triggers your vagus nerve, the vagus, which regulates the central nervous system. As opposed to your vagus nerve, I make this joke every week and I never get tired of it, which is where you wake up in a hotel room in a Nevada town, surrounded by 3 dead sex workers, 25,000 empty alcohol bottles, wondering what happened in the last decade of your life. But enough about my personal life. Okay, so first card in the psychic, oh, I love this. The psychic tarot weather this week is this. It's pretty. Woo-woo. The moon card. It's 2 dogs barking at the moon, which is their prerogative. What is a very multi-layered card? What I'm going to say is that something is going on deep within you, psychically speaking, not necessarily like your lower intestine, although maybe that too, which is changing you from the inside out. The moon card is our sort of unconscious, subconscious. It can also mean that somebody in your vicinity is fibbing to you. But it's a card mostly about sort of accessing your own intuition, paying attention to your dreams, and hooking up a lie detector test for your husband to take when he gets home. Okay, but enough about my personal life. Okay, next is the Temperance card. We're getting all major arcana. Look at that. Some major arcana are the cards in the tarot that are kind of like, they're sort of bigger cards. They're same size, but they sort of are about things that are kind of destined. But I'm not sure I believe in destiny, but it's been very good to me so far. This is a card about moderation and patience. If there's something that you've been trying to get, or someone you've been trying to get, or a problem you've been trying to resolve, this card says it's going to take a little more time, but it's going to be fine. Also, this is kind of a dry January card. Temperance is also about sort of abstaining from alcohol or cigarettes or whatever. Fill in the gaps. It's a very good card, but it's a card about patience. And it's a very reassuring card because it says that whatever you're working on is going to work out. And the last card, just be patient. This is a fairly straightforward card. Well, I've been doing this for 5 years. I can never get the placement right. There we go. It's the Lover's card. And this is a fairly straightforward card. It means that you're probably going to meet somebody. I'm not going to say immediately, even though this is this week. I think this week, you're either going to reawaken to how much you like your significant other. Because, you know, it's hard after like 10 years of marriage. I remember looking at my then husband, who was a fabulous guy. And while he was sleeping, going, could you just stop that whole breathing thing? It's bugging me. But anyway, so you're going to not feel like that about your spouse or significant other. And it looks like you're getting ready in an interior way for a big relationship if you're single. You could also be ready for a big relationship if you're married, but don't tell anyone. So to sum up this week, I'm going to do one more card because this is an overall, I was like, sum up this week. So I got the Wheel of Fortune card, which is very straightforward. It means if things have not been going your way for a while, if your luck has in fact kind of sucked, it's about to get a lot better overnight. I don't know why, it just always works out that way. So if you win the lottery, send me 10%. And hi, Mary, are you still there?
Yes, ma'am.
Cool. All right. So it's so nice to meet you. I like to connect to people through their birthdays. Can you tell me when your birthday is?
March the 4th, 1960.
Oh, rock on. Pisces Dragon. Year of the Dragon.
Yes.
So you're very intuitive, and you're a little quiet, but you also have a lot of presence and you have a lot of natural leadership qualities, which you might not even be aware of, but everybody else is. So how can I help you today? I'm a fellow Pisces. I love Pisces.
Just was wanting a reading of love and job, love and money, love job. Kind of.
So love.
What everybody's job, got questions
love,
on
money,
love and job. Am I in the right job?
Good question. You know what? I'm actually going to use the cards today. I usually just rely on my strange psychicness. Let's see. Let me see if I can get what you do. What do you do? Well, you take care of people in some way or other. I realize that's a little vague, but is that right?
Yes, I did. The severe and profound disability kids at school. I was a teacher assistant. I retired and working part-time, and I'm deciding which part-time job to do. I also work at the park.
I love that you did that. Thank you so much for taking care of people who are going through extraordinary life challenges. And they usually do it with such grace, but taking care of them, your karma is so good.
It's a blessing. It was a blessing to me every day.
It looks like, are you in a good relationship right now? It's kind of a personal question, but this card, which has two people staring at a rainbow with golden cups in it, suggests that either you're in a pretty good relationship or you've been taking hallucinogens, one or the other. So are you in a pretty good relationship right now?
Or been taking what? What did you say? Pretty good relationship and what?
I'm having a little trouble hearing you. Yeah, pretty good relationship.
And what did you say second? Okay. Or?
Oh, what I said second, I was just kidding. Because the card is it's two people kind of looking at this crazy rainbow with a lot of gold cups in it. I said that either you're in a pretty good relationship, because that's a good relationship card, or you're taking hallucinogens, which I was just kidding about, because you're not. All right, let me see what I'm getting. It's the second
I've been single for 20 years. Well, it's probably 22 now.
Oh, wow. Well, we're going to get back to that. I'm going to talk about your job right now. And I'm getting a couple of things, which is something, getting the Judgment card, which I'll explain in a second, and the King of Pentacles. So was your boss, did you have a male boss at your teaching assistant job?
No. I do now at the park.
There's some male person in, okay. I really love the park thing for you because you are very much nature girl. Nature grounds you, inspires you, and you really have such a strong connection to the natural world. I love that. Can you keep that as a job?
Oh, yes, I do it, yes. I can part-time. I can do substitute and do both or just one. I get months off at the park, so I'll go back in February. And, I mean, you know, you got your park rangers, they're in leadership role, and that's all good.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Good relationships.
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Maybe not a man, it's just masculine energy.
I think it's just a helpful man in your vicinity. But the card that I wanted to pay attention to is the Judgment card, which suggests that you're starting in your retirement to get in touch with long suppressed like talents or desires or dreams. And what would one of those, if you had a dream when you were a child of being something, or if you had a talent when you were a kid that you haven't used for a while, I would suggest looking at that too if you want a side hustle as well. As a kid, I used to do a lot of arts and crafts, and I'm terrible at it. Even I would show my parents, they'd be like, well, that's certainly an object. But I loved it.
Yeah, I've read that. I can't figure out what that is. I've read about that. I can't figure out what that would be. I just worked since I was 13. Several jobs. I don't know.
Yeah, I worked when I was 14. I know the feeling. I'm just saying, I think there's a creative side of you, too, that wants to be expressed. I think that you've got a really good kind of sense of color. It must seem crazy, but I feel like there's a creative part of you that could also bring in a little extra money. I love the park job for you. I know it's off till February. I used to work at the Parks Department in New York City. Parks are great. I love you doing the substitute teacher thing. What I'm getting is there's a third thing you can do from home that will bring in a little income. Getting a very specific read on this. It's kind of funny. My read is, if you wanted to research, there's something in internet like printing, some sort of selling like kind of templates for stuff on the internet. I'm not sure how to put this into words because my guides are talking in this ear and I'm trying to talk to you out of this mouth. But there is some sort of side hustle you can do that will bring in money. The other thing you can do is, I feel like you're downsizing and decluttering. Is that true?
Downsizing? I did declutter, yes.
Oh, you already did? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say, you still have some stuff you could sell on eBay. I think you've got, it's crazy, but I think you've got a really good sort of fashion sense. At the very least, you really like and understand clothing and style. One thing you could do is just go to the local Goodwill, find stuff for nothing, and then resell it.
I took 2 closets full of clothes to the Goodwill. I took 2 full closets to the Goodwill. Clothes I hadn't worn in 20 years. Just picked them up and took them all. Hangers and all.
Gotcha. Wow. I wish I'd been at the Goodwill. I get the feeling that you've obviously got a very, very strong compassionate talent. And that's a talent, which is getting pretty rare these days.
A fashion what? A talent? Okay.
I know there's a huge demand for home care, and I know you don't have to be a nurse, but that would be a lucrative part-time side thing, I think.
Yes.
But so what I'm getting is your caretaking abilities are strong. Since you already donated everything you could sell on eBay to Goodwill, I guess that's that. But I am getting the feeling that there is something you can do online that would, even if it's just going to Goodwill, getting a $3 dress and selling it for $20 on eBay. But I also think the home care thing might be a little strenuous for you. But I would look in the direction of where your real talent is, which is in taking care of people with just care, with love and consideration and empathy. All right, now, love, I got to jump off. I'm going to take our next caller. I hope that helped. And you're going to be fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a nice evening. Bye-bye.
All right, sweetie, take care. Bye-bye. What a nice lady. I love North Carolina people. Okay. I don't know if we have a next caller lined up because I'm so like, what just happened with all, oh, Jennifer, are you still there, my dear?
I am.
You being all patient. Jennifer, yay. I was just going to keep singing your name. I love the name Jennifer. Okay.
Thank you.
I also met somebody this week. The beautiful first name was Bielka. I love that. Okay.
Oh, that was pretty.
Apparently there's a delay. Where are you calling from, Jen?
New Jersey.
Oh, cool. Yay. My mom was a Jersey girl. Okay. I like to connect to people through their birthdays. So if you don't mind telling me what your birthday is, that would be great.
July 18th, 1985.
I'm sorry. The 18th of what? There's a little delay here. Say it again.
July.
Oh, July. Cool. 18s are very special people. I'm an 18, so it's supposed to mean we've got either a lot of past lives or we overcome a lot of obstacles successfully in this life. So, and you're a Cancer, 1985. Oh my God, I've got shoes older than you. Okay. So 1985 minus 24, 1961. We'll figure out your Chinese year in a minute. How can I help you, my love?
So I am us 18s. We live a lot of lives. You just said it. I'm in another transition in my life. I opened a candy store.
Yeah.
I really put my whole life and soul into it. And it's hard, and I just want to see where that's going to take me. And I just want to see my fiance and I, we're going through, we just went through a really rough patch, and just, where we're at is that
I'm really sorry.
Right.
Can he be very stubborn?
2024 was a rough year.
Yeah, it kind of was for everybody. Good news, 2025 is going to be a very good year, especially starting in March for us water signs. But is your fella, can you tell me his first name or his birthday?
Jesse, and he's June 6th.
Oh, cool. Oh, June 6th. I have so many great friends with that birthday. Here's the thing. I think what's happening is for some reason, he's angry about something and he's not really telling you. And it's not something you did, but he's kind of using you as the fall guy for something he's upset about in the other part of his life. And I think he's a really good guy, but I also think he's stubborn and he can be kind of a non-listener. Not in a bad way. It's just that because he's been going through a rough time, he's kind of retreated into himself. If you have any extra moolah at all, I would get out of Dodge and go to Florida for two days or something. You need to kind of break your routine. But the other thing I was going to say was, you asked a specific question earlier, and I got the answer. Oh, I'm sorry. I have a very tiny memory.
It was my candy store.
Right. Oh, okay. Here's the thing. Candy store will do great. You're not doing enough. This is not on you because there are only so many hours in the day. I think that what you need to do is have a couple of specialties, like vintage candy or candy from other countries. Turn up the kind of vintage nostalgic vibe. I love this candy store. And I think there are a couple things you can do very, very quickly that will send you right into the black, into the financial black. Okay. So a couple of other things I'd suggest. I would have, honestly, I'd do either a TikTok or YouTube channel where you describe your favorite candies and their origins, or you interview people about what their favorite childhood candies were. I still am crazy about Charleston Chews, but I no longer have the metabolism I did when I was 5. So candy is a very emotional thing for people. And I think that you are a terrific businesswoman. I really do. I just think that because you're kind of modest, you don't want to push yourself forward. I think you might want to rethink that. As women, we're sort of taught not to put yourself, don't be conceited. Don't put yourself forward. Don't bother people. But I really think, and I'm not just saying this, I think that you could have a very successful candy store. And I think it's going to be okay in any way, but I think that you using it as a platform and as a set for other TikTok or YouTube series, and all you have to do is be yourself. If you don't think you're pretty enough, tall enough, short enough, too old, too young, throw all of that out the window because you're very charming. You really are.
Thank you.
And you're attractive. I get that you're really kind of real pretty. So.
Thank you.
And you're young. That's not going to last forever. Use it while you have it. So that's what I suggest for the candy store. I'm just getting that you've done a great job, but you really might want to, or maybe every month or two, advertise a new special. Like today we're featuring British candies and Swedish candies and favorites of the 70s.
Oh my God, you're so funny. I just started my TikTok shop and we sell Swedish candy, and I'm just kicking off with that. It's been about a week. And I literally sold out, and I've already put in 2 more orders, and I'm already sold out of them.
Yay! I am so glad.
Thank you.
Keep it up.
Oh my God, you just reassured me.
The other thing is, you got a very comforting presence, and candy is all about comfort. It's not just what we eat when we're going through a rough time. Not me, but certainly other people. Yeah, me. But it also takes us back to our childhood, and that feeling happy and protected and safe and is fun. And you're really good at all of those feelings and communicating that. So yeah, I'm so glad you did that. Rock and roll, girl. We got 60 seconds. Was there one last question I can answer in 60 seconds?
As me and my fiance, should we stay together, or am I kind of beating a dead horse?
Yeah, I would give it another month or 2. What worries me is he seems like he's getting a little emotionally or verbally kind of unkind to you. If he's doing that a lot, get out. If he's just being sort of grumpy and withholding, I would stay. Just tell me his first name. I can tune in on him better.
Jesse.
Oh, right. You said Jesse. Nice name.
Yeah, Jesse.
Geminis are also they have a hard time recognizing their emotions. I've got 10 more seconds. They usually don't recognize their emotions until their emotions arrive by certified mail a week later on an engraved envelope.
Yeah.
So be a little patient. He needs to learn about how to express himself. And I got to go. But love you. Thank you. That color.
Thank you so much. It was amazing.
Come back next week, everybody. I love you. Take care. I'm Perry Lyons. Bye-bye.
watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Soul Star Connections with Azrael. Live from Azrael.love. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or on one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Star Connection on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Namaste. I'm Azrael Zemanek, and I'm coming to you today live from Nashville, Tennessee. I hope you're all well. I hope you're all wonderful, and I hope you're all staying warm. It is quite cold out there for most of us in the United States right now, and it looks like it's going to stay cold for a while. So I thought I'd start today with a very grounding meditation. But before I do, I wanted to share a little bit about me and the way I work, and just even by listening to my shows or connecting into my shows, you know, what we sort of can do and that energy that's here, or the energy that's here for us in each and every moment. And so I have a lot of training, and yet I work so much based on intuition. I'm an Ayurvedic practitioner, an Ayurvedic energy worker, and I'm a medical Qigong therapist. And I also do astrology, human design, all these amazing and wonderful things. But my main purpose, or my main sort of joy in life, is really connecting to the more subtle energies and our more multidimensional aspects of things. And it's working with a mix of like the ancient knowledge, right? And we can say the ancient knowledge from Ayurveda that comes from India, or from the Chinese knowledge that comes from China, or even the knowledge that comes from beyond our time, right? Or even in multi-dimensional realities, right? Other worlds, or ancient Egypt, the Lemurian system, downloads from all that sort of inform the work I do. And in it, and what I like to do at the beginning of each of my shows is share a meditation. In it really is about connecting to what lies beyond our physical body, and tuning into the energetics that we are attuned to. So we're used to our skins, our bones, our muscles. Many of us know about our chakra systems. And yet there's even more than that, right? There's different layers of our being and our auric system. There's more chakras than the traditional 7 chakra system that many of us know about. And there's an ability for us to tune in on a somatic level to these access points, to this multidimensional field of our grid lines. I often call it like the crystalline grid, right? What can we connect to that is beyond our mind and beyond our body, beyond our emotion, and yet still just as vital to us, and still just as alive and truly wanting to come online. So in the work that I do, I connect with the energy systems, and I teach people to connect with their own energy system to be able to open into a more embodied and expansive state of being. It's a way to sort of come into alignment with your purpose, and to hold greater space for yourself, so that you can, in your own awakening or in your own experience of being, create change for the whole. Because one of the things I come back to time and time again in my learning, and also in my teachings, is that we are just like a drop in the ocean of the whole, and each one of us is woven together. We're all so fundamentally important to the life and the experience that we're having on this planet. So the more that we can come into greater awareness, greater consciousness within ourselves, and into the space of higher being, then we're affecting the space and the energy of like the whole, right? When we do our work, when we open to a more real reality than what we're living in, that allows the entire flow of our collective consciousness to do just that. And so I would try to get out of the mind, right? On this show, I do intuitive readings. I do that with clients too. But my main passion is to really go into the deep and subtle energetics to create space for embodied awakening. And in that there's healing, in there's light, and in there's just a fuller and truer experience of all that we are. And we're in it now, right? We are the ones we've been waiting for. We're in the midst of great, great change, the very beginning of that change, but great change. So I do want to start with just a short meditation, probably about 5 minutes, and then I'll take some calls. Could be like 5 to 8 minutes. I'm here every Tuesday, just so you know, at 2 Central Standard Time. I will be away the next 2 weeks. I'm doing a 2-week training in Qigong. But otherwise I'm here, and I just love being able to connect with you all. So let's find a seat. And if you're driving and listening to the radio, I would encourage you not to close your eyes. Otherwise, I'm going to invite you to close your eyes and to take a couple deep breaths and to find your seat, to find your space in the here and now. And then notice where you are in your body in this moment. Notice if you're in your body in this moment. And one of the ways we can instantly come into our body is by just starting to notice the places where we're touching the earth, or the seat, the chair. And today I'm going to invite you to bring your awareness to your sacrum and your sit bones, the very lowest part of your being. It's an area that we know as the root chakra, the Muladhara chakra. And it's the home of our sort of safety and security. It's the imprint or the energy that we sort of carry over from past lives or from ancestral energies that allow us to feel like we belong, that we are held, and that we can be in these bodies, which for so many of us is really hard sometimes, right? To connect with that. To know that we can be here as ourselves and survive. And so bring your awareness down to this root space, the base of the perineum, the lowest part of your spine, maybe the front of the pelvis. And I'd like you to start to just notice, what does it feel like there? Does it feel alive? Does it feel hard to connect with? Does it feel open or tight? Just notice. And then start to bring your breath there. And as you breathe into this area, sending the awareness of your breath and your mind to this area, I'd like you to imagine a beautiful ring of light, a circle of light. And imagine on the exhale that this light moves through this pelvic area. It might move out, it might move down, it might just stay in place and vibrate, but move in the way that feels right for you. Your body will know. And just take about 3 or 4 more breaths, inviting a ring of light to be in this area. Maybe noticing some sensations. Maybe noticing some energy, and maybe noticing nothing at all. Okay. And on the next breath, I'm going to invite you to imagine or whisper silently a beautiful, beautiful sound, and the sound is ka. So you can imagine the sound moving again from this pelvic area. And it'll sound like this, but we'll do it inside, okay? Ka. And let's do that 4 more times. Imagining almost as if your root, your sacral area, was allowing this beautiful vibration of sound, bringing balancing, bringing space, bringing life. And one more time. This time letting it go completely. And bringing your awareness to this area of your body. And inviting in a beautiful color of red. It's beautiful color. Rich, radiant, and then repeating after me in your mind or out loud. I am safe. I am held. And I am supported. And we'll do that 2 more times. I am safe. I am held. And I am supported. I am safe. I am held. And I am supported. And now take a moment and just notice how this area in your body, this area in your being feels right now. Knowing if you feel like you need extra support, you can bring your thumbs to your palms and make fists with the hands softly curled around the thumbs. So I'll take a deep breath in together. Exhaling, opening our eyes. And knowing this simple practice is one to bring us into our body, bring strength and radiance into our root chakra, and allow us to more fully be all we are. So feel free to check out my Facebook page. I have meditations on there. I offer my events on there. Azrael, or facebook.com/azrael.love. I also have a YouTube channel. It's at Soulstar Collective. And I have a lot of other free meditations on there as well. I'd love for you to join me. I am going to take a caller now. We'll see if we have time for two, but definitely have time for one. So I'm really looking forward to connecting with you. Shiloh, we have Shiloh from San Pablo, California with us today.
Yes, hi.
Hi, how are you doing today?
Okay, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good myself. I'm a little cold, but otherwise I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
How can I be of service to you today?
Well, a lot of things has been going on. My sister passed away, and I just broke up. Me and my boyfriend broke up after 6 years, and it's been hard. It just seems like a lot of stuff is going on. I've been really depressed.
I'm really go ahead.
I don't know. I'm having a hard time with my sister.
Yeah, I'm really feeling you and feeling for you right now, and just holding you in the loss that you're moving through with the loss of your sister, the loss of so much of your relationship, right? That's huge for it to come together. And so first, the first thing I'd like to do with your permission, is it okay if I just open into a space of energetic light with you and surround you with a light to just help bring some peace? It doesn't mean that we're going to try and get rid of the feelings, but just let you open to receiving some love. Would that be okay?
Yes, yes.
Okay, let's just take a moment. And I'd like you just to take a moment, if it feels okay, to just take a deep inhale and to exhale. And to give yourself permission to both fall into your body, but almost on the next exhale or two, just let anything at all that's ready to move out to just move down your spine, down your tailbone, and into the earth. And at this time, I'm just calling in guides and angels, especially the ones that are here to work with you at this time. And the way that I'm seeing them surrounding you. They're probably, I'd say, the ones that are more your guardian energies and guardian angels are about 3 to 5 feet away. And then there's some higher energies that are a little bit further away. And they're just sending you this beautiful pink and golden light right now. And just inviting you to, you don't have to do anything. Just know that they're there, that they're surrounding you. The pink is to bring in the light of the heart of universal love, and the golden is to bring this beautiful grounding energy to allow your system to settle and to allow you to be held, because right now you're holding so much for yourself, so much. And as I tune into
that
this,
does help.
Oh, go ahead.
I said that does help.
Good. Yeah, you're very surrounded right now. And one of the things that's coming through for me a little bit about your sister, and I don't know if this feels true to you, but so first of all, I want you to know that she's very at peace right now. And she is like, it's almost as if she's back in the starlights, right? She's back in the stars. She's back in connection with her true self. But it may be harder on that level in that she's not hanging around, right? She's not easily accessible right now. So if there's a desire on some level to connect with her, like, or to feel her, right, in a bigger way, She's in a more expansive state. And so it's on a personal level or a human level. It's not that she's not sending love or there's not that energy of love for her family or for you all, but she's also sort of not easy to feel in every moment. It feels like from the human perspective that she really is gone. And so I want you to know that she is very at peace. If anything, she's in the universal field of when you look at the sky or see a bird and see her, right? And it's interesting because she's actually saying, yes, the birds are ways that you can connect with her. When you see something that touches your heart, it's like she's right there, right? But when it comes down to it on a more physical, palpable level, it's like she's in the blanket and not in the threads, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions for her or anything that your body or being needs? I'm really happy to bring you some energy healing. Anything at all.
Yeah, we were arguing really bad. The day that she passed away. In 6 months prior to her passing away, her boyfriend died of 9 years. So I know she's up there happy.
Okay, you're a little bit fuzzy, so I don't know if you can step away from the microphone a little bit, or because I'm hearing that about 6 months before she passed away, but I'm not hearing the clear words.
Yeah, her boyfriend passed away in a tragic car accident.
Oh.
I was just hoping that they were up there together.
I was just going to say, and this is, again, something that on the human level is very, very hard. But as soon as you said that, first of all, they are very much together, right? And it's almost, and this is not why she died. When I say this, it's not this is why she died, but it's almost like he was waiting there for her with his hand outstretched, right? Like his soul there. I almost want to cry. It's so beautiful, the soul connection that they had, right? And the depth of their connection. And again, it is not why, it's not oh, well, that happened and now that's why she went, but he was right there waiting for her, holding out her hand. And that's also, as I say that's part of the reason why she's harder to feel and connect with in the field, is because she is there in that space and in that love with him. And in that, at that level, it's more universal love, but in that flow. And their souls and their energy very connected here on earth. But yes, she's very much at peace and with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
That helps a lot.
Yeah. No, she's very.
That helps a lot.
Yeah. And again, I'm getting this image. It's because again, she keeps sort of what she said since the beginning. And I don't want to say she's not talking to me. It's images I'm getting, but I'm getting these images of starlight, right? She's that's basically what she first showed me, is I'm with the stars now. And when I saw the image of him, moving up, it's he immediately went to the stars, right? And it's there's this, if you and she says you can see her in the birds, but also in the sky. And I'm feeling if you step outside of your house, I'm saying maybe, or your apartment or your house or wherever you live, and you look out, and I'm feeling it more to the west. If you go out the west or out your back door, it's out to the left-hand upper corner of the sky. And she's just pay attention up there, because I don't know if that means there'll be a shooting star or there'll be something, but it's something about the left-hand part of the sky, especially when you're looking west at night. There may be some messages there from her, or a feeling of connection with her there. And there's a beautiful glow, right? It's I don't know. It's not sunset. It's at night, but there's like some glow and energy that's held up in that portion of the sky that she may come through. So.
Okay. Yeah, so she's not around, and like you know how some people feel, you know, when somebody like passes away or something, you know, they, you know, like I'm in her room right now.
Yeah. I'm going to take a moment. I just want to feel you there. So the image I'm getting, or the invitation for you right now, we have about a minute left, and then I'll have to close the show, a minute and a half left, is if you can take your hands and you can either turn them so that they're palms up, but like sort of together, almost as if you're making a bowl with your hands. That's sort of how I'm seeing it, or one palm over the other. Hug. And I have to unfortunately close my show now, but know that her hand is on your heart, that you are surrounded still by your angels and your guides. Look to the stars and look to the birds and know that she is at peace. And I'm sending you so much love today, Shiloh. I'm so glad I was able to take your call today.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was my pleasure, my honor. And yeah, I'm here every Tuesday at 2, except for the next 2 weeks. But feel free to listen to my radio show. Feel free to check out my website, Azrael.love, my YouTube channel, YouTube/@soulstarcollective.com. So .com is first. And stay warm, stay cozy, and know that you are safe, you are held, you are supported, and you are loved. Namaste.
watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It's Psychic Tuesday, and I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. We're going to start at the top with the astrology for the next 7 to 10 days using traditional Western whole house astrology. And you can listen to each message. I'm going to go through all 12 signs, and you can listen to each message for your sun, moon, and rising. Okay, so let's get started. We're going to start with Aries at the top. And the first one is around concessions and exclusions and the detailed print of things. Don't make any decisions on a whim, Aries. There could be serious contracts that you're going to look at. There could be really things where you're going to sign your name and make commitments. And I feel like really good for you. It could be a lease. It could be a mortgage. It could be buying or selling a property. It could be a job offer. But look at the details there next 7 to 10 days. You're in a position of liquidity. You're in a position of liquidating, making a better cash flow for yourself or selling some stuff off. You're going to have lots of opinions, and you have your right to these opinions, but please choose the right audience for those opinions, Aries, because you can find we have a bit of a Pluto mashup, Pluto and Mars mashup this week, and this next, and then we've got Venus and Mars together. That you're entitled to your opinions, but I feel like find the right audience for them. You might encompass people's secrets. You can encompass people's insights. You don't get trapped into people's secrets, meaning you're trapped having to keep the secret when you know maybe ethically you shouldn't, or you might feel that there's a sort of ethical question. So keep that in mind. The next 7 to 10 days, my little Aries. Excellent. Tauruses. Hello, Taurus. Sun, moon, rising. The planet Uranus is sort of making a big move this year in a couple of months into Gemini, your second house of what you value. And so really unexpected turns of events for you. You could find that places that you thought were in business before are closed or had gone solvent. You could find that you have this whole thing around shedding or letting go of the past, and that could be past places you've haunted, past places you like to go out, you like to get entertained by or through. You could find there's some weird closures of things like that. And you can hear rumors over the next 7 to 10 days. And that there's also something around bosses, new bosses, changes of bosses, restructuring bosses, or you becoming a boss. But changes and unexpected turns of direction or restructures lead to new leadership. This is a time where you could be multitasking like crazy. You could be doing this, doing that, all at the same time. I feel like slow it down. I feel like you're being asked to exercise your power through your judgment and integrity and thought and deliberateness and mindful and methodical. And so if you rush through, I feel like you could find yourself really clumsy in these areas. This is a time that you might unload a few indulgences of yours, whether it's coffee or chocolate or smoking or something. And that it's a time that you could be making choices around living up to your own standards. You could have set some goals for yourself for health or wellness or for your finances. And it's time to live up to those standards. And I feel like you have a healing miracle about. And so if you've been focused on your wellness in any way, mental, emotional, or physical, all good for you. It feels like it's going to come together. And you'll see signs of this next 7 to 10 days there, Taurus. So Gemini, sun, moon, rising. Boy, you've got a whole plethora of planets, Uranus and Jupiter, that's going to be consolidating in your sign, conjuncting in your sign, particularly when we get to May, June around your birthday, because you also have the sun joining them. So add some action there. It's a metamorphosis. It's like maybe you're feeling like you're in a cocoon a little bit. And then come your birthday, you really have this large expansion and really unexpected. And there could be new openings, and that could be openings for new openings to live somewhere, new openings for a job, new openings for you, and new possibilities. And I feel like what feels a bit stuck or stagnant is just allowing you to percolate a little bit. And that there's a proposal in the air, some sort of proposition or proposal that will come to you that will be quite good, and you could purify, and that means letting go of old things. You could let go of old habits, ways, employers, partnerships that haven't been doing well for you. There's a new cycle, so where there's been endings, there's whole new possibilities of beginnings. So if you're looking to get pregnant, Gemini, the next 7 to 10 days and the next few months are all very fertile in brand new things. And it's a time of contemplation and about what you do really want, and that truly all messages of communication are really important to you right now. Your ruling planet, Mercury, is about to go retrograde. So old conversations, old bosses, old things, old partners from the past. You could have new propositions. You could be closing things out, just like the caterpillar in the cocoon, ready to spread their wings, and a bit of a struggle ahead of you to break out of the cocoon and really spread your wings there, Gemini. And you're going to have the power of Uranus and Jupiter joining you the next few years, but this next 2 years very particularly, and you get taste of it next 7 to 10 days. Okay, then we've got Cancerian, our little crabs. All right, little crabs. The next 7 to 10 days, there is a bit of a victory for you. Could be, hey, I was right. And you could be like, see, I was right. I feel like you could have things around busking, street musicians, festivals, outings. That can include, even if like people live in a cold environment, it could be like going to places where they have live music, could be really healing for you. You have a victory that's for you. And I feel like, and it's in your chosen effort. And it could be things like, not tasks that have been given to you, but tasks you initiated. Whether it's your own business or volunteer effort, it's quite successful. In terms of tasks you did not initiate, like a job, you could find that you have to grow a backbone and you have the energy to do it. Not only do you have the backbone to challenge it, but you have the energy to follow through on maybe what you've said to bosses, what you've said to coworkers, what you've initiated. You could see some significant changes that your boss didn't think of that you could offer up. And I feel like it could be quite good for you in terms of your work. And, it's laughter and joy are contagious. This is a time for you to play, and that you could be especially witty and just, being able to charm people right now and over the next, even right up to your birthday. And that you have new ideas, or you might be implementing new concepts, new ideas and new ways of being. And again, I feel like this could be very much on the work front around processes, and that you could be quite innovative in terms of what's coming up around that. And this could be about you really loving yourself and molding a job best suited to you. And it could be within even a current context where you're able to revamp roles or what you're doing to make you happier, and in your day-to-day life of happier, like, maybe working smarter, not harder, having a better balance with being able to hide out at home as well. And working. So I feel like these two things are going to come together for you, and you get taste of this over the next 7 to 10 days. Leo, sun, moon, rising, Leos. There is big news headed your way. And I feel like you could be highly amused by it. Even bad news. You might be like, that's Murphy's Law at work. That's just fair. So I feel like the news that's coming is quite illuminating. And I feel like it's going to come into existence that you've never really been aware of before. And it could be a brand new insight. It could be something that's pointed out to you, something that your friend brings up. And I feel like, every sign, symbol, word, conversation is of huge importance to you symbolically this next 7 to 10 days, really pointing you in the directions you need to go in. So I feel like you don't have to look too far for signs. I feel like they're going to be showing up quite a bit. And a lot of it is around your liberation, setting yourself free and setting yourself into new directions and new motion. And I feel like, you're going to just live and your energy will come alive. And you have this power for endurance and survival. And I feel like, you might be able to choose something different, or there's news that's coming in that you're going to find that maybe it doesn't feel so hard. And I feel like hold on to your responses. Don't just react right away. I want you to formulate a response or formulate how you're going to respond to some of this news. You might have to digest it for a little bit. And I feel like you could just, you could be preemptive. You could volunteer for the news as opposed to just accepting what's offered. And you're going to be very much looking at where you live, where you are, where you're living right now. It could come up for you in a really, really important way. And you could deal with it the next 6 months, certainly by your birthday. But again, you can have taste of this the next 7 to 10 days. Okay. Virgo, sun, moon, rising. There's surprises a minute. And I feel like you have the south node of karma in your sign, really helping you clean up a couple of areas all around partnerships, past, present, future. It's going to be like, you're going to say, I'm not going to be a sucker anymore. And I'm going to go after what I want. I'm going to make a commitment to me and what I want and what I'm looking at in relationship. And then you could have something surprising, like you could have a surprise love offer. You could have a surprise contact with someone from your past. You can run into them and you might be surprised at what's offered. But remember, don't settle for too little. You have a new sense of value now. Adhere to your own words or advice or promises. Don't stray from them. I don't want you to kind of go off on other people's whims. And I feel like hold on to your inner guidance, your inner strength. Focus on yourself because I feel like it could be complicated. Contentment. This is going to be something about finding peace with yourself. That's all you're really looking for is that, am I happy? Am I settled? Is my anxiety tame? Am I feeling a bit tamer? And that's going to be very much on your mind because Virgos, when they have anxiety or stress, they feel it in their stomach for sure, or their digestive tract. That they're safe havens. And I feel like that could be your house. You could be hidey a little bit, or you could find a vacation that provides you a bit of a safe haven, a bit of a place to get away from. You're going to find that all your inner sources and resources are going to be asked of you to really get super focused on a project or your work. And it's going to require everything of you. You're going to have to manage. If you have ADHD, you're going to have to manage that because I feel like you're going to have to follow through something right to the end. Your word, your promise, or your work directives. And you will see progress moving forward. You might see a windfall. You could see some nice bonus checks, things that you're going to see your efforts paid off with. Libra, sun, moon, rising. Hello, Libras. This is a time that you might find, you just had the shift in karma with the south node moving out of your sign, that there's an ending to cycles for you. This is a big ending. And if I were to go back 3 years ago, and if I were to go back to 2017, and if I were to go back to 2012, these are some cycles that you would be ending in terms of what's going on in your life. And you could be really excited about new ways of working in the future, new opportunities around work. There could be some role changes where work might have made you feel like anxious, or you might have feel like piled up on top of at work, or that you were feeling a bit under the gun, and it could have been stressful. And I just feel like you're going to be able to really manage that in some way. And I feel like you're just going to surrender to the review, the perspective, the guidance, the advice you could be given through people at work. You are passionate about what you do. They see that. They know that your passions are there. I feel like it's going to come out in a big way for you. And I feel like you're going to have, with Mercury retrograde coming, lovers from the past coming out of the blue. And I feel like there's someone very much you might have your heart set on and that you might have held a torch for a while, that I feel like there could be a bit of a conversation that could pop up for you in an unexpected way. You might get signs of that even in the next 10 days or so. Scorpio, sun, moon, rising. Oh, Scorpios, hang in there, guys. This is a time where you have to beware of silver-tongued devils. People stealing your time, energy, money. Don't get scammed. No one is phoning you, threatening anything. No scam, because I feel like there's going to be something around you. You have to be very guarded about what you're sharing, oversharing, what people are telling you. You're going to have to double check everything. Don't believe what you're reading in the media or the news. I want you to do your due diligence and really go to, your inside guts and see what they're saying to you. I feel like it could be because you're overloaded and you're just trying to get a bunch of stuff done. I want you to pay attention to the details. I feel like you could renounce old habits, renounce people from your past, renounce old behaviors. You could be on a mission to really move your life forward, really dedicate yourself to your talent or higher obligations in your world. Something really big for you this way, something that you might have been a real passion project or something you wanted to move forward. I feel like you still have a bit of work to do, but you're going to be able to really move forward, particularly come the time of Taurus. Around May, you might see some real payoff for the effort that feels thankless right now. You might see the payoff come May. All right. It'll be unexpected travel for you Scorpios too. Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, our Saggies. This is a time of renewal, and this could be renewing your health, your vigor. You could finally be receiving the help you needed, you requested, that you've sought out. I feel like you could be changing your body, your wardrobe, your home environment, your look. There's something about that for Sagittarians that they're going to really find what gives them meaning. So for instance, if it's clothing, it's not fast fashion. It would be very signature pieces. If it's renovations, you would take your time to do them well and do them right. I feel like this is a time of remedies for you, finding remedies to your finances, finding remedies to ails and, small aches and ails. You can find some good remedies or medicines or a good doctor or somebody who's really helping you be stronger, be well, really take care of your wellness and health. And I feel like you're being given preference in a lot of ways where you could be a bit of a golden child a little bit and find that you get picked, you get selected, you get thought of, and maybe tapped on the shoulder. And I feel like feels pretty good. And I feel like whatever you're being tapped on the shoulder, be willing to show up knowing what you need to know. Don't come unprepared. Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising. Boy, you got rid of Pluto, and I bet you that feels kind of good. I feel like this is going to be a time where, with your birthday, some festivities, so you could be invited out, you could have people coming back from your past. I feel like look back over your last year and take satisfaction in all the things you made it through. You successfully accomplished living through every single day 100%. And I feel like you're very focused now on your happiness. You're not spending your well-earned money or time or energy on things that aren't bringing you happiness. You're not going down there anymore. And I feel like you're going to start to see proof of this for you, like where you decide you're going to create boundaries to keep yourself happy. You're going to find that boundaries are going to be easy to keep. You're going to find that you're going to get signs and symbols about what your happiness, and you're going to see the evidence of it. And I feel like you could be people can hold you in favor. You could be the favorite at work. You could be picked as somebody that is the favorite. And I feel like to what's relevant going on into your life. And I feel like everything might feel very relevant, running into people. You could have unexpected crossing of paths, unexpected phone calls, things like that turn out to be very distinct signs and symbols for you about what you're going to be able to celebrate. But I feel like Capricorns, you're walking through a new door. And I feel like this new door, where you might have had a big fight on your hands this last year, what felt kind of challenging, even if it was struggling with your own demons, this is time now for you to really move ahead. Aquarians, hello Aquarians, Sun, Moon, Rising. We've got you really looking at where the harvest is, where the gold is, where the benefits are. You could be really practicing gratitude. You could be really practicing getting art. You could be doing coding, logic. You could be reorganizing your house, really kind of finding your organization. And that this is going to be a time that things your knowledge, your mental wellness is winner, chicken dinner, working on reading books, mental exercising, research, development, anything around that is great for you. Be careful of exhaustion and tiredness, get your rest. And this is going to be a time where you're going to be very interested in biographies, getting to know other people, getting to know what's around your city. I think you're going to be excited around spring coming this year for many Northerners, and that this is a time where you're going to feel sustained, or that maybe you have just enough to get by. It's just enough for right now, and you have hopes of more coming in the future. So that feels pretty good too, and very much around your mental wellness, your finances, being appreciated, and opportunities to join in with others. Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising. Pisces, you have two key planets which are moving out of your sign this year. I mean, Neptune has been in your sign for the last 14 years, so it's been pretty big. And, you're going to have lots of taste of this over the next few months, very particularly. The California fires are something that are very much around this transit of Neptune into Aries coming. And we've gotten a taste of it, and we're certainly going to have a taste of it now and as we move forward. And that as Neptune moves into Aries, we're going to see a lot of things around prescriptions, medications, things like that. But for you, it's going to be really around psychedelic, psychic, your psyche expanding, taking fire, taking action, moving forward on things like that, your spirituality, your emotional wellness, how you feel about people, places, events, and jobs is going to be top priority for you, because it's going to be about you finally feeling good, and that you surround yourself with things in your life that really make you feel good. Okay? Now, I've got Gladys in Philadelphia. Gladys, hello.
Hi there.
Hey, Gladys. Now, I've only got about 8 minutes, so I'm going to spend them on you, because I tend to talk a lot about astrology before I get on. And so my name is Bernice Bisson. I'm at bernicebissonpsychic.com. I'm here to help you today. How can I help you?
Hi, Bernice. I was just wondering about my future.
Oh, I love future questions. Well, let's do this. Let's work a bit with your birthday. What's the day and month of your birthday, Gladys?
12/28.
Oh, Capricorn. It's a bit of if I think about your future, it's like if you were standing at the edge of a great wall and you were looking over all the land, it could feel overwhelming and big and expansive, and that not directionless, but there's all kinds, it's like a bit of an abyss, and you're going to have to make some decisions about the direction you want to go in. And I feel like, Gladys, you are a natural mentor, teacher, helper, supporter, somebody that can build people up, carry people through, or move them in a new way. And you're going to really rebuild your own mobility, your own, that could be your legs, your lower back, your neck, and your mobility, and really rebuilding strength. And you're going to really about getting out there. And I feel like helping other people through mentorship, guiding, advising, counseling, something about you're going to be a real gift, and that you have every opportunity open. So if I think about that, I feel like in this next 12 months, you could be asked to travel a little distance. I feel like you were in New Hampshire. Was that where you were?
No, Philadelphia.
Oh, you're in the U.S., correct?
Yes, I'm in Philadelphia.
Oh, Philadelphia. Sorry, my bad. I didn't read fast enough when the producer put it up. Sorry, my bad. But there's something very much about you possibly visiting another state, going to see people you know away, being able to finally travel or get out of where you're at. I feel like there's also something really important about other people's health and well-being, and you providing support to them. And there is a man that's around you that there might need some health support or might need your support in some way. And that over the next 12 months, I feel like this man could have more hospital, surgery, health, or procedure. You're helping people recover, helping with recovery, helping people doing some sort of recovery as well, which I feel like is going to be a bit of a theme. But you, in a way, I feel like if I think about finances, I feel like finances come in, they come beneficial in the terms of some sort of financial benefit or payout. I know people have work and their job money, but I don't know that I'm talking about that for you. I feel like there's something about your money that could come through an insurance payout. It could come through some sort of financial payout to you that you're very pleased about, or you're very happy that you have some money in your hands, and that it could be a long time coming, or it could just be that you are, there's something about your income, and I don't know that I mean job related. I feel like I mean something that could come out as a payout that seems to benefit you. I feel like it puts conclusion or closure to a few things around you. So I feel like that feels pretty happy around that. the word therapy keeps showing up around you, where you could be hoping somebody's having therapy or hoping that, because I feel like you are sort of a wise counsel that people might just naturally come to you for counseling, therapy, advice. And I feel like this is going to be a bigger theme around therapies for people around you, and that I feel like you're going to be very helpful there. Now, if I think about your love life, if I think of romantically, Gladys, I feel like you could be on your own a lot. Like you could have someone around, but I feel like this next year is going to be very much about where you're going, your plan, getting out, your thing. Maybe they can't, they won't. They could be hermity. They could be maybe you'll maybe focus on your friends more, or your friend circle more, and your network or collective more. I feel like it's going to be a real, I think between romance and your friend circles, for some reason, I feel like your friend circles are far more benefactor to you, or your networks of people, far more beneficial to you. And you could even have invitations from them. They could come see you, you could go see them. I also think that you could, or may have already, written off some family, written off a few family members, and you could have friends who are like family, and so you can have some really close friends or people in your circle that are going to be very helpful to you this next year, actually the next 6 months, even particularly the month of June comes up as very key, the end of June. And that your friend circles, people whereas with family, there could be where you could write off a few people. You might have done that already.
Yes, I have.
Yeah, that's okay. You owe nothing to nobody, and you don't owe them an explanation at all. Because I feel like Gladys, you were the cycle breaker in your family, and that
I certainly am.
Sorry?
I said I certainly am.
Yeah, and you had to hand out some hard truths, and there's a man around you who's not well. He keeps coming up. I don't know if you know what I mean just yet, but like infection or something. And I feel like he's going to wind up getting medication. You might be bringing him to the doctor, because I feel like maybe he doesn't listen.
Yeah, there is. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, and I feel like you'll have to bring him to the doctor, or that he needs something looked at, and it could be an infection, then the right medication can help him. And I'm not a doctor, of course. I'm really giving medical advice. Spirit just wants me to tell you this. And you have a woman who's like a sister in spirit. She's like that. She's really beautiful. And I feel like she died of illness, and she seems to show up really strong around you. And I just feel like she's got your back, and she's got a big laugh. And I just feel like, I bet you miss laughing big and hard and loud. And I just feel like... I know who that is.
I know who that is, yes.
Yeah, and you are loved. You are loved. And I feel like getting back together with your friends, or getting in touch with your friends, there's something quite joyous coming up. Even in the next month or so, around some news. And thank you. And thank you for tuning in to Psychic Tuesday. And with Sweet Bee, I'm Bernice Bisson. You can find me BerniceBissonPsychic.com, and A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck Television. I will see you in 7 days.
Psychic Radio Network and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Infinite Soul Connections with Shelley Devine. The Hummingbird Media. Live from InfiniteSoulReadings.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Infinite Soul Connect on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Shelley Devine here from Infinite Soul Connections. I would like to start today with a quick prayer. I know that I and probably many of you out there are surrounded by fires right now. So I'm going to do a quick call out to the dragons. I've got 2 galactic dragons. I've got an earth dragon, and I've got a grand master dragon. I'm going to ask them, please, dragons, please come. I'm calling upon you to help put out the fires. Please protect all sentient beings and all dwellings and animals and people that need to be protected. Please keep us all safe. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And so it is. Whew. Okay, I just had to get that out. So today, while I wait for my caller, because I'm really anxious for my caller, I just want to tell you a little something. I am the wolf. I am the pathfinder. I have released my past and I am embracing my new journey. I am a teacher for others and to help them find their way. There will be challenges, but my soul is strong. Perseverance is my secret power, and I have a love that endures. I am the pathfinder. That's what I want you to know about me. Okay, I am ready for my caller. If there's anybody there, yay. Taylor?
Yes. Yes.
Am I saying that
Taylor.
right? Taylor?
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome, sweetie. What can I do for you today?
I was looking for some kind of like clarity on my love life. I struggle like finding somebody to connect with. So.
Okay. I knew that this was going to be the question because I pulled a card and I pulled the animal energy of a puffin. I don't know if you know what those are, but they're kind of like penguin birds.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I love penguins.
Yeah. They represent partnership. Okay. And here's what it says. It says, accept yourself and your colorful personality. Feel confident about being you. You are a joy bringer. Let your community nourish and protect you. Ask for help. Teamwork will give you the best results. So if any of that resonates with you, take it in. If any of it doesn't, just let it go. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So then I'm going to pull, okay, first of all, are you with somebody now, or are you in between finding your love?
I'm in between. I'm not with anybody.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a fear that you're holding because of past relationships, and what I need you to do is to work on letting that go. My favorite quote from Louise Hay is, every moment is a new beginning. And I want you to really take that to heart. Learn from the lessons in the past relationships, but don't let the fear stop you from moving forward, okay? That makes sense?
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to pull some cards for you. Hold on. So, yep, healing the heart. And when you are working on healing your heart, going inside and really telling yourself, I am love, I am loved, I love. And you're going to heal your heart. And I want you to give this deep witnessing respect and awe. And the reason I'm saying that is because I pulled the healing your heart. I'm sorry, my face, you could see it. And sacred reverence, which is the act of deep witnessing, respect, and awe. So in other words, it's telling you to really respect yourself and your feelings and your heart, okay? Let me pull some other ones. Do you understand that?
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Do you know how to heal your heart?
It's funny, I've been doing like a lot of like chakra yoga.
Okay.
Recently. I just did like a heart chakra one.
Okay, perfect. I was going to mention the chakras. What I would also like you to do is, some people see the heart chakra in pink because of the love, but I see it in emerald green. If you have, this is going to sound silly, but if you have any green shirts, necklaces, scarves, it wouldn't hurt to wear that because you're representing the color of the heart chakra. And I find that helps. Okay.
Okay.
I'm also going to send you some healing after we get you some cards here. Okay. Yes. So like I was saying before, I feel like you are stuck in worrying about, the fear of what has happened in the past. But I also got the card of a loving woman. That could be you. That could be who. I'm sorry, it's so hard for you to see with this blurriness. That could be for you or for someone who is coming into your life. Okay?
Okay.
And again, that's so crazy. I said this before. These cards are just clarifying it. I've got new supportive connections. So what this is telling me is that you're going to work through your stuckness in your heart chakra. You're going to move away from the fear. You're going to have sacred reverence of yourself, deep respect, love, awe, and you're going to open up because there are people coming to you. And I say people because not just a love partner, but there's going to be more people, friends, a community that you find, or maybe have just found. I feel like, have you recently found a community that you feel like you belong with, even if it's an online?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay,
because kind of, yeah.
Perfect. I felt that. I was like, okay, you're gonna find a community, and it's like, well, no, wait, you actually have one. So dig into that community.
Yeah, I've been feeling like very connected to my friends lately.
Okay.
I'm lucky.
Okay. Could that be the loving woman? Is she a loving woman or is it a he?
Oh, all my friends are girls. Mostly.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to say, I'm feeling like this is you then. You are the loving woman. Okay. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to send some healing to your heart chakra. Is that okay with you?
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so just close your eyes and just relax for a minute. Okay, I'm envisioning your heart chakra growing brighter and brighter with this beautiful emerald green. And it's spinning faster, which is what we want. I see it expanding out. Do you feel that?
I'm visualizing it.
Okay. Sending healing energy to your heart. If you don't feel it, that's okay. Some people don't, some people do. Okay. All right. Okay, my dear, is there any other questions or anything that you want to say?
No, I don't think so. Thank you so much.
You got what you needed?
Yeah.
Okay, because we have a couple minutes if there's anything else.
Well, I mean, I was kind of curious, like, how to, like, meet somebody, like, new. Like, I don't know if there's, like, anywhere I should go, or, like, if there's anything I should do, or, like, or if I should
I think it's more about what we just talked about. I think it's more in the healing. Okay, I think when you really start healing your heart and go inside and heal yourself and open up to possibilities and not think of a specific place, should I go here or should I go there, because that will draw it to you. My time is up. I've got to go, sweetheart, but bless you.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Zodiac Zone with Melissa Mark. Live from mmastrovibes.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Zodiac Zone on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Zodiac Zone. First, happy 2025. I'm a little late, but it is a new year, and we have a lot of new things going on this year. I try to, at the beginning of my show, talk about what's going on this week. What I looked for this week are two things. First, I want to talk about the moon is going into Virgo. And typically how it works is a moon stays in a zodiac sign about 2.5 days. So what does that mean, the moon in Virgo? Main thing with Virgo is watch your overthinking things for the next couple days. Could be some self-criticism. And you really kind of think Virgo's also the sign of health and wellness. So I know a lot of people are doing, after the new year, they have their, New Year's goals, and you see a lot of new people if you're an exercise person and you're in the gym. But maybe this is really a time to really look and decide, okay, these are realistic goals. Here's what I need to focus on for myself, and put together an exercise plan that really works for you and something that you're going to stick to, rather than, by March, I tried that and it's not working out for me. So, and for the next couple of days, it's a really good time to be productive. I think all of us are guilty of making all of these, plans for the new year, and then we just kind of don't follow through. So this is a time to really look at all of this and say, okay, this is what I need to do. And here are some realistic goals about my health and healing. And, this is what I want to do. So I think it's a really good time to do some of these things. So those are some of the things that I wanted to point out. I also wanted to talk about something that's going on this weekend. And I'm reading here, I'm looking at my daily planetary guide. By the way, I do recommend for the astrology enthusiast to get the 2025 Llewellyn's Daily Astrology Guide. I can't speak tonight, because it lists all the transits, it lists everything that's going on in the sky for this year. So I do recommend that. We're going to have the moon oppose Neptune on the 18th this Saturday. I feel like now might not be the time to have those emotional discussions or things that are really kind of, inside of you, because it might not be a really good time to have those deep talks. Maybe wait on that, but you could feel kind of confused, kind of like, it's not anything with the moon, and especially with Neptune, could feel a little bit challenging, and emotional. So if you're feeling that on Saturday, know that it is going on astrologically, and it's not you. So wanted to get to the next part. This is 15 minutes of astrology. Wanted to do a reading. So I have Anthony. Is Anthony there?
Yeah. Hello.
How are you tonight, Anthony?
Hello. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. So I am an evolutionary vibrational astrologer. And what I like to look at is really what your soul purpose is. Why are you here? What are some of the wounds that are holding you back from really doing, living your best life? And that's not saying that you're not living your best life now, but just it could be confirming maybe something inside that is, that's what I tell my clients. I'm just confirming what you already know about yourself. So we can do a little chart reading. Put on my glasses here. Anthony. Okay. What's your birthday? Day, month, year?
Okay, the day is the 19th.
I'm sorry?
The day is the 19th.
The 19th,
of May.
May 19th?
Yeah, 1971.
1971. Okay. Yep. Sorry about that. Just wanted to fix this. Okay, and the time?
1 minute past midnight.
All right. And where is the place?
Sydney, Australia. Place called Annandale.
Okay, let me see. Australia. How do you spell Sydney? I'm sorry.
NNANDALE.
Great, got it. Sorry, it wasn't coming up in my program. Okay, so I'm going to talk about what is referred to as the lunar nodes, and these are elliptical points in the sky. And you come in on your south node, and that's kind of the energy that it's the energy that and the whole purpose is to try to get to the north node. So I would say with Leo in the south node in the 6th house, in the 6th house is Virgo. I would say you probably tend to worry a lot. You're a warrior, and you might think it's all about you. A lot of times with the South Node in Leo, they kind of steer clear of group dynamics. They tend to, I want to say always self-isolate, but they can. They can do their own thing. They're really good at. I know a lot of South Nodes in Leo that can just get up there and they're the performer, they're the person that can kind of get up and, they can have little subject matter expertise on certain things and just kind of get up there and be the actor. I don't know, does any of this kind of resonate with you? Do you find that you're that type of individual?
I tend to worry a little bit, yeah. About things that probably I shouldn't.
Yeah. And I would say because your north node is in the 12th house, it's really about letting, I'll just be very frank with you, let that shit go. Let it go. And it's really connecting to what makes you unique, the unique parts of you, of your personality. It's getting into, this is why you're calling tonight, right? You're probably gearing to the spiritual part of your soul and who you are and what you identify with now. What has worked for you in the past is like, okay, maybe it's time to really look into my spiritual journey. I've been hearing a lot about this, and this could be a good time with all kind of the chaos going on all over the world. And how does this all look, So I would definitely do that and investigate that even further. I would say, I also look at Chiron. Chiron is the wounded healer. There's a whole backstory in Greek mythology about Chiron. You have Chiron in your 2nd house. 2nd house typically means money, self-worth. I don't know if you have self-worth issues or you're worried about money. A lot of times when people have Chiron in the 2nd house, they're really afraid of not having money, not having, afraid of being poor, something like that. I don't know if that's an issue for you.
Relate to that.
Are you like that? Yeah. And that's where some of this spiritual work comes in, knowing that there's more to life than what we just see and experience in this 3rd dimensional reality. I had a very close friend of mine pass last week, and she was only 53 years old, and it's like you start to look at the world from a different perspective. Those material resources, those things that we think are so important are really not important. Obviously we need money to be on this planet and to coexist, but it's really about what is our own self-worth? Who are we? And I think it's really getting into the deeper input of who you are and, looking to really the spiritual side of your reality and not getting so caught up in all the things that you can't control and being worried about it, and also, like I said, embracing the unique part of your soul, of who you are, and looking at everything from, I tell my clients all the time, if we're human in every occurrence in existence, and that's the only way we look at things, we're always going to be disappointed. If we look at everything from a spiritual way and what the soul contract is, and, there's more to all of that. Does this all resonate with you, Anthony?
Yeah, it's resonating, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and I'd invite you, take a look at my website, mmastroVibes.com. I do more in-depth readings. I do business readings. I teach classes. I do all of that stuff. And thank you so much for getting a mini reading tonight. And I wish you a successful 2025. Yeah. So that, my gosh, doesn't 15 minutes go by like that? It's crazy, right? So next week, I'll be talking about the transits of next week, and I will be giving another mini reading. And I wish you all a great weekend and happy 2025, like I said.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Angelic Insights and Heal on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
I hope you are having an awesome Tuesday. For those of you who don't know, I am Margaret Phillips from Angels Always Around Us. I am a psychic medium, a Reiki master, a shamanic energy healer, a pranic energy healer, a life coach, and a certified hypnotherapist. So I got lots of tools in my toolbox. I can help you heal from whatever you need to heal from, help you move on. If you're looking for ways to find me, you can see my website, which is AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. You can follow me on Facebook. My business page is Angels Always Around Us. The Facebook business page has got lots of great events coming up. Let's take a second to talk about them. So every Tuesday, I am here on A1R Psychic Radio doing readings for you guys. Wednesday, January 29th, which, oh my gosh, I cannot believe is next week already. We will be from 6 to 8 p.m. We will be in a flick of a wrist in Broomall, Pennsylvania. Me and my friend Lena Chiro will be doing psychic readings. I'll be doing the people readings. Lena will be doing the animal readings. If you do not want to bring your animal out in the cold, you can just bring your phone with a picture on it, and Lena can read from there. Lots of great stuff coming up in February, March too. February 8th, Saturday, from 10 to noon on Zoom, I will be teaching my Journey into the Angelic Realm class. That's kind of like a basic intro on angels and lots of great stuff. Then there's going to be in March, I will be teaching the next level of that, which is sacred angelic practices. I'll also be teaching angelic energy healing. So you'll learn how to help yourself and others with that. So, keep an eye on that Facebook page, guys. And Hannah in Minnesota, how are you today?
You.
I'm good, thank you. How can I help you today?
I was just kind of hoping you can give me some guidance and maybe even some tips on how to decipher intuition from fear or paranoid thoughts from intuition.
Absolutely. I'd be honored and happy to share that with you because I got to tell you that is one of the most frequent questions I get, believe it or not. So it's not just you who's wondering, how do I know what's my intuition? How do I know what's fear? How do I know what's anxiety? How do I know, am I just crazy? It's all good. So one thing, when you start to get, those questions in your mind and you get, let's say you get this idea and you're going to create something and this works for anything. This is just the example I'm using. So guys, if you are, okay, so you're going to create something. You're going to create, let's say, I don't know, you're going to create a journal. You're going to create the best journal in the world, whatever it is you're working on. Now, let's say you've got all these ideas and you know how you're going to do it, but then all of a sudden, what if I don't have the money to fund all that and to make all these and get these all printed? Where is that going to come from? How am I going to get these printed? How am I going to deliver them? How am I going to, some of this is like normal. Okay, we got to figure out the process. But then when you get to the, oh my gosh, what if I don't have enough money to get all these printed? What if I don't have enough to get a starter set? What if I don't, once you start, a lot of times the what if is a key that it might be anxiety producing. Also, when you ask questions, so when you find yourself on that hamster wheel of questions coming through, you have to take a step back and say, okay, are these questions that I'm observing because, and I'm listening and thinking about because I need to know the procedure? Or are these questions that have my anxiety running the show because I don't want to let that happen, or my fear running the show, which we definitely don't want to have happen. Because yes, we all have things we have to go through. We all have things that are scary to us, but the only way through fear is to walk through it. Hopefully, if you have something super scary that you have to walk through, you have somebody who can kind of help support you with that. But when you find yourself, let's say, well, what if I buy this car? And what if it breaks down when it's the day after the warranty? What if the tires are bad? What if this? If it starts going on that hamster wheel of all kinds of snowball of negativity, then that's your indication that it's either fear-based or anxiety-based. And anxiety, let's face it, is a form of fear. It's just a whole very mild one, hopefully most of the time. Sometimes, anxiety can be just as big and confusing and scary as anything else you can imagine. So if you're finding that negative hamster wheel, jump the heck off of there and go do something else for a while. Because once you guys get stuck in a negative train of thought, you can't get yourself back into that positive thought because it's without switching gears. So what I've personally found that helps is if you literally just stop whatever it is you're doing, stop whatever you're thinking about, and go do something else. It sounds kind of crazy. I know it sounds a little bit out there, but I will tell you, it will get you off that hamster wheel. It worked for me. I had, I struggle with anxiety. I've learned how to manage it very well, but I still have some moments, nobody's perfect. But you go and you do something else, guys, and it helps you change the channel in your brain. So you get off that negative. And then you go do something that makes you happy. If household chores is not your thing, which for most of us it's not, it's just something we have to do. We don't like it. If it's not your thing, don't do household chores while you're stuck in this negative hamster wheel. Go paint something. Go play with Play-Doh. Go play with clay. Go for a walk. Go do something that is going to make you happy. Just 5-minute YouTube video, one of those but you can't laugh things. Go do something to change your brain and then come back later and let yourself kind of be in the zone and see if you even need to answer any of those questions or if the angels can come in through you. Does that help you, Annie?
Yes, absolutely it does. Thank you.
Awesome. How else can I help you today, Hannah? We have a few minutes left.
Well, are you picking up on anything? I'll take whatever you got coming through in any way.
Let me pull a couple cards for you here while we have a few minutes. Let's see what Hannah needs to know. For those of you who are out there who are wondering, what's the best way to read whatever kind of card deck you're reading, whether it be Oracle, Angels, whatever, sometimes, especially when you're first starting, that's the best question. What does Hannah need to know? What do I need to know? That's the best question, because that's the answer you're really looking for is what you need to know. You may want to know about that fancy car if that boyfriend's coming. But let's face it, in the moment, what you need to know is what the cards are going to tell you if you ask them. So, Hannah, for you, this is Carissa, and she is coming to tell you that you are ending a cycle right now. It feels like the next 4 to 5 weeks are going to be a transition for you. You're going to finish ending this cycle that's up here, and you've got some happiness on the way. And what I'm hearing is, because Athena is right behind Carissa, I'm hearing that as you stand in your power, as you assertively keep your boundaries. It doesn't mean you have to be a jerk, but you can be assertive without being a jerk. You keep those boundaries up. And Athena says, happiness is coming. We're going to put that doormat stuff behind you. You're going to have more respectable people in your life. And the important thing about that is you're going to have people who truly and honestly respect you when you set those boundaries up and you keep them. And we have Aurora here. And she's coming to tell you, as you keep those boundaries, you're going to continue to fly high. Everything is going to be good. Some people are going to be jealous. Some people are going to be like, it's so good, so fast. So that you worked on it. You worked hard. That's how you managed to do it. Let them be jealous. Let them be in their spot. You be in your zone of flying high and comfortable and happy and setting great boundaries and realizing how much you love yourself and how much other people love and respect you. And you let those people who are worried about how you manage to do it kind of watch you do it and watch you go, and just let them live their lives, and maybe someday they'll follow in your footsteps. I hope that was helpful, Hannah.
Very much. Thank you so much.
You are very welcome. You have a great day, and thank you for joining us.
You too. Thank you.
And then, again, guys, just wanted to real quick give you a little bit more information. So the Zoom classes, they are online. I am offering these classes online. Again, this year I haven't offered these classes online in a while. It seems like there's more people who, for whatever reason, can't get out to in-person events, so I'm offering these online. So again, February 8th, it's a Saturday from 10 to noon Eastern Standard Time. I'll be teaching my Journey into the Angelic Realm class. It's kind of like an Angels Level 101 class. It's very basic. And don't think it's a fluff piece when I say it's basic, guys, because it is 2 hours of intense learning. You're going to go home and you're going to know so much about angels after this class. You're going to be like, wow, holy cow. How did you manage to teach me all that in 2 hours? So it's going to be a great class. Again, that is February 8th, Journey into the Angelic Realm. To follow that up, on March 29th, I will be teaching Sacred Angelic Practices. That is also from 10 to noon on Zoom. That we will go deeper into the angelic realm. We'll talk more about your guardian angels. We'll have a couple of ceremonies that we can use for protection and to help us with our lives. We'll also go deeper into it. We'll learn angel energy healing, guys. I will teach you how to call on the angels and get them to help you learn how to heal yourself, heal other people, and, just kind of invoke them in general. It's a really great class. Again, that's in March. Go to my Facebook page, Angels Always Around Us. You can get more information on that. It's all kinds of cool stuff. Again, my Facebook page is kind of where you guys want to be, where you want to be following, because that's got all my upcoming events. That has the Creative Tales, Intuitive Trails event. It's got my 2 angel classes coming up. February 26th, I will be at the Axe House doing psychic readings, and they are having a special where you can throw axes at a discounted rate. So again, make sure you check out those pages, guys. Also, I have a Facebook group called Angelic Inspiration and Guidance, where I do little videos with affirmations in the day, every day during the week. I do little educational nuggets. We talk about crystals. We talk about some general basic angel information. I do cards. We talk about spirit animals. We talk about a whole lot of stuff in that group. So if you're not a member of Angelic Inspiration and Guidance on Facebook, come on over and join it, because we're waiting for you. We've got plenty of information to share. And you know what? If you need a little support, that's a great group too, because anybody who needs some support can just go in there and say, hey guys, I'm having a tough day. Can you send some prayers for me? Can you shoot me some good vibes? And people will pray for you, including myself. We will send you energy healing as needed and as we are able to. I hope you guys enjoyed that very much. Again, you can find me at angelsalwaysaroundus.com. Facebook, Angels Always Around Us. Instagram is at Angel Margaret P. I hope you guys all have a great day, and I will see you again next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Love Life with Katana Star. Katana Star. Live from katanastar.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Love Life on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello everyone, welcome. This is Love Life with Katana Star. I'm Katie. I apologise for the delay getting started. I've had some technical troubles on the get-go. I'll get straight into a collective message though, and if we get time for a quick call, that would be great. If not, I'll just talk tarot. That's my passion. That's what I love to talk most about. I hope everyone's doing well. My love and thoughts are going out to all those affected by those horrendous bushfires in LA. It's something that we can empathise with. Being in Australia, it happens to us, and it's a nightmare. It really is scary stuff. So sending all my love and blessings. And for now, let's get a collective message out for all those listening. Here we go. All right, so we've got the Four of Swords in reverse, okay? And this is all about, I've actually pulled this one up right before, but this one here can mean burnout, actually. It can mean that, you know, stress is just built up, and that need for self-care has run away a little bit, or it's something that's been put off. And what the Four of Swords often indicates when it's in reverse is that, yep, crash and burn, it's time now that if you're not going to prioritise your self-care, something's going to happen to make you prioritise it. And normally that can come in the form of an illness or even an injury or something like that. But literally it's like the universe is throwing little pebbles at you to take better care of yourself, do these things. And then when you don't, bang, suddenly you get a rock thrown at you, and then suddenly, bang, it's like a boulder. And it's, you know, but at the same time, it can also link to other things that you sort of, you're aware of it, but you're not willing to see, especially when it comes to relationships. If things have been really bumpy for a while and you're not confronting those early issues as they're coming up, or putting something off, it can mean that, you know, delayed resolutions and things like that, especially when it comes to things like, you know, sorting through problems and stuff like that. Now, look, I've got Gladys on the phone in Philadelphia, and But there's the message for the Four of Swords for today, and yeah, just remember your self-care. Otherwise, sometimes you can burn out. Hi Gladys, how are you? Okay, so has Gladys, we're no longer got Gladys with us. No worries at all. I'll keep going. We've just got to, like I said, I'm having a lot of tech difficulties today. But, we just got to go with the flow. But, yeah, with the Four of Swords like that, there is that need there to pay attention to the little signs as they come up. And if we've just lost the caller, that's fine. I might pull another card as well to go into the message. But the thing is, with there's the Hermit there, which is interesting. That one almost flew out there. The Hermit is about prioritising that solitary time and self-care time and really going within to listen to your inner voice and focus on your priorities and what it is that you're wanting, and sifting through those little things that you can ignore. You can go through life ignoring, and there's, like I said, there's pebbles thrown in your path, but sometimes you just get hit with a boulder and whatnot, and that's when the Hermit will give you some really good introspection time and to really prioritise, especially your need for that self-nurture as well, and that self-love and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, with those two coming out, it's really interesting. I mean, life's busy, as we know. Life is always busy, and things come up, and we've got to deal with it as they come at us. But hang on, here we go. I've got Nicole in California. Hi Nicole, very quick reading. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Nicole. Look, I apologise. This will just be a very quick reading because I've had really a lot of technical difficulties today. So I'm sorry about that. I'll be more on top of it next week. I'm pulling you a quick couple of cards, Nicole, unless you have a question, because I'm going to get straight into it for you, darling.
Just a general reading, whatever. Doesn't matter. Anything will help right now.
What was that, sorry?
A general reading would be fine.
Yeah, so I'll just pull you some cards for a general reading. All right, here we go, Nicole. All right, message for Nicole. I've got the King of Cups in reverse. I've also got the Six of Swords in reverse and the Ace of Wands in reverse. Okay, Nicole, that's telling me there's some relationship problems going on for you at the moment, and if that's the case, I'm really sorry. The King of Cups in reverse can indicate some, you may have a partner that's going through some mental health things, or a man in your life that's going through some mental health things, including depression or sadness, and often that can sometimes be to do with addictive behaviours and things like that. Not always, but the King of Cups in reverse is someone who often self-medicates. All right, so that could be something. His energy's there with you at the moment, and the Six of Swords in reverse, he's showing that you're not ready to walk away from this situation where you're sort of pushing through the rough journey of this and going through it all. But with the Ace of Wands in reverse there, it's like you're losing hope and you're losing that spark of passion to continue. And it all comes back down to, especially with the Hermit coming out today, going within and really focusing on your priorities and what it is that you want. And jump in. Is this making sense for you?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So what the cards are asking you to do very quickly, because I know this can't be a long reading today and I'm sorry, but they're asking you to really go within, focus on your priorities, because it's showing that you've got the determination and the dedication to stand by this person and to stand by these problems, okay? And any relationship can work. You've just got to really make sure that you're not suffering within yourself to be rescuing somebody else, but that you're both wanting to put the effort in. Does that make sense? And then you can make anything work. You can make any relationship work, but it's also about like I said, going back with that Hermit stuff and going within and remembering your priorities, okay? And I wish you all best, Nicole, because it sounds like a difficult situation, but yeah, keep going. I do see that, if you prioritise your needs as well as theirs, and there's effort from both sides, this can work, okay? Now, I do have to get going. I'm sorry. I've only got a few seconds left. And, again, hopefully I'll be a bit more organised with my setup with my laptop next week. Thank you so much, everyone. Bless be.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from BrandyCahn.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Stellar Parent on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Happy Tuesday, everybody, from Houston, Texas. Welcome to Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. I'm your host, Brandy. I'm an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science in Psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. And I absolutely love helping parents, teachers, guardians figure out how to combine the magic of the stars and the planets with the art of consciously raising our children. I also love doing natal chart sessions just for people to help them step into their highest potential. So for more information about that, please visit my website at brandycahn.com. I'm so happy to be here with you all today. I hope everyone is staying warm. Here in the U.S., we did have freezing weather sweep across the country, and we got snow in Houston last night, and my kids were so excited, and it's so unusual. So wherever you are, if it's cold, I hope you're staying warm, and I hope that you're bundled up. So for today's show, I will be going through the transits for this week. And with the transits, I'm also going to be giving information to parents who have children with significant placements or angles in the sign of Aquarius. And I promise you, if you have an Aquarius child, you don't want to miss this. There's really good information for you. So I'll go through that, go through the transits, and then at the end, we will have time for a caller. So if you would like an astrology reading or a tarot reading, please call in. I'd love to hear from you. Okay, and I look forward to speaking with the caller later on. Right now, let's jump into our transits for this week. All right, so guess what? We had the sun move out of Capricorn and into the sign of Aquarius on Sunday, January 19th. And so the sun will be in Aquarius for the next 4 weeks. So let's just take a moment and talk about the sign of Aquarius. Contrary to what a lot of people think, Aquarius is not a water sign. Aquarius is an air sign, okay? And the air signs really cover the areas of thinking, the intellect, communication, and relating to other people, okay? And Aquarius, when we're talking about modality, Aquarius is a fixed sign. So that means the qualities of stability, steadiness, and reliability are very strong within the energy of Aquarius. So with Aquarius, there is a psychological need for awakening, revelation, liberation, breakthrough, and reform. And when we're talking about Aquarius children, I'm talking about children who have either their sun in Aquarius or their moon or even their rising sign, okay? One of those three. Aquarius children will tend to operate in a very logical and objective manner. They usually don't tend to be overly emotional. And so a lot of people feel that they can come across as emotionally detached or aloof. And it's not that these children do not have emotions. It's just that they are wired differently. So instead of crying due to their emotions, they are in their heads trying to figure everything out, trying to think through their emotions because that's just how they are wired. So one thing that I love about Aquarius children is they usually will have a really strong desire for humanitarian service. And there's usually this desire to make the world a better place. So this is where you get the children who may end up being big reformers or people who are very interested in social and political reform. These are the Aquarius children. This seems to be or tends to be their area of specialty. So one of my sons does have his moon in Aquarius. And the interesting thing about him that I noticed was from very early on, he seemed to be quite taken, quite interested with politics, with world events, and with talking about how he felt that government leaders should use their power. So maybe you have an Aquarius child who's also interested in the same things or has, the tendency to talk about the same things. Now, with Aquarius children, freedom is something that is very, very important. These children need to feel as if they have the freedom to express their individuality in a very authentic way. And they need to feel as if they have the freedom to do things their own way without anyone trying to control them. However, we do want to walk a fine line here because our children are growing up and they don't always have the ability to make the right decisions. They do need guidance. So I'm not saying hands completely off the steering wheel when it comes to raising and guiding your children. Just also imbue them or give them a sense of freedom, okay? They are non-conformists at their core. And that's the special thing usually about children with strong Aquarius placements, also adults as well, okay? Non-conformist at their core. And they can have on the lower side, we're talking about the shadow side of Aquarius here, a bit of a stubborn streak, okay? Remember, Aquarius is a fixed sign. And so change is not something that's always easy for them. So they might want to dig their heels in a little bit. So they could be a little bit stubborn. They don't like to feel pushed or forced to conform in any way, shape, or form at all. And some people might even think of them a little bit as rebels, okay? Now, if we're talking about the shadow side of Aquarius and it's being expressed in an unbalanced way, yes, sometimes it's, a rebel who's rebelling just, for the sake of rebelling and not really for any purpose in particular. But let's talk about at the highest potential, we have the person who doesn't want to conform for a very deep and meaningful reason. Okay, so it's all along that spectrum there with Aquarius. These children will usually have an interest in learning new things, especially when we are talking about science. We're talking about technology, computers, space exploration, okay, or any type of innovation. They usually find these things to be very, very interesting. So keep that in mind and give your Aquarius child plenty of material to read or lots of opportunities to learn about things in this area if this is where they are interested or where they are drawn. So when we're talking about the physical body, Aquarius rules the ankles and the circulation within the body, okay? So therefore, the ankles are a very sensitive area, and strengthening exercises may be really, really beneficial for those children who have sun, moon, or rising in the sign of Aquarius. Again, my son, who has his moon in Aquarius, has had so many ankle injuries as a soccer player. He's been on crutches twice. And so, I've coached him, told him, hey, this is a sensitive area. We need to wrap your ankles before games. We need to make sure that you have protection when it comes to your ankles. And he understands that very well. Also, physical activities that help them to increase circulation are really, really good, because remember, Aquarius tends to be very mental, in the head, thinking, concerned with the intellect, concerned with learning, and not so much physical in the physical body. So we want to encourage our Aquarius children to participate in physical activity to get their circulation up and going, that heart pumping, okay? So that's for parents who have children with Aquarius placements. Now, when we are talking about transits for this week, today, Tuesday, January 21st, we have the Sun conjunct Pluto. Both are at 1 degree of Aquarius. And this is very significant because this is the first time in our lives, our lifetimes, that we've had the Sun and Pluto conjunct in the sign of Aquarius. Okay, so this is the beginning of a new synodic cycle. Something new is beginning at this point right now. And for the next 20 years, whenever the Sun and Pluto conjunct, which is once a year, it will be in the sign of Aquarius. So when we're talking about the Sun represents our sense of self, our ego, our identity. Pluto is all about transformation, power. Pluto is also the god of the underworld and buried secrets, things that we don't know. So if we think about this transit on a very personal and individual level, we may feel drawn to implement some type of change within our own lives. So maybe we want to change a bad habit. Maybe we want to declutter. Maybe we want to detoxify specific aspects in our lives, okay? And so at this time with Sun conjunct Pluto, you have the power available to you to do things that will positively impact whatever area of your life it is that you want to focus on. So you can use this energy for that purpose in a very conscious way. Now, if we're talking about on a larger scale and we're thinking about humanity, it's interesting that we had the inauguration of Donald Trump yesterday at the same time that this transit is beginning, because in mundane astrology, the Sun can point to world leaders or people in charge, people in positions of power. And so when we have the Sun and Pluto coming together, it almost signifies or shows a world leader coming into power in a very significant way here, okay? I did mention that Pluto is the god of the underworld, hidden secrets, things that, we don't know. It's interesting. I know Donald Trump mentioned yesterday that he will be declassifying material having to do with John F. Kennedy's assassination, Robert F. Kennedy's assassination, and also Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination. So there are some things that are going to be made public that will be coming to light, which is very, it kind of falls in line with the energy of Pluto conjunct the Sun. The light of the Sun illuminating things that we haven't known, illuminating things that have been hidden. And I don't think that this is the only way that it's going to occur. I think that there will be other things that we are aware of as well down the road. All right, Thursday, January 23rd, we will have Mars retrograde, 23 degrees of Cancer, sextiling Uranus at 23 degrees of Taurus. So remember, when we're talking about Mars is the planet of action, how we pursue things, how we do things, our drive, what motivates us. And then we've got Uranus. Uranus is the planet of liberation, of change, and of awakening. So when we put these two guys together, we can have a very restless energy, okay? And we may feel a sense of resistance right now from being controlled or tied down. And you will especially notice this if you have planets or points around 23 degrees of Cancer or 23 degrees of Taurus in your natal chart, okay? We might be tapping into our inner rebel, the part of us that does not want to conform, okay? So this is the time to really lean into your authenticity and your individuality with this transit, because if not, then the energy can come out in very destructive ways, very impulsively, very unpredictably. Okay, so you want to channel this in a very constructive and balanced way. Also on Thursday, January 23rd, we will have Mercury opposing Mars retrograde. Mercury will be at 23 degrees of Capricorn, and Mars retrograde will be at 23 degrees of Cancer. So with this transit, I want you to proceed with caution because think about it, okay? We've got Mercury, the planet of communication, how we speak, right? And then we've got Mars, which represents action, but also the shadow side might be anger and conflict. We put these two together, they're opposing each other, and then it's going to be extremely easy to verbalize our anger, to say things that we probably didn't intend to say, all right? So you might feel a little combative during this transit, which could lead to conflict. So you need to be aware, be very, very aware of any feelings that you have. They could be feelings of aggression, feelings of hostility, feelings of resentment. And if you're a parent, think about it for your children as well. Think about it for your children as well. They can be prone to, feeling the energy of these transits the same way that you do. So, if you have a child that might say something unexpected or might say something out of character, use it as a teaching moment. Use it to teach them about, this is not something that we express in this way, but you could say it like this. Try it this way. Try to say it like this next time. So use it as a teaching opportunity if by chance you have a child who ends up displaying the energy of this transit in a very aggressive way. So if you are aware of the energy, there's more of a chance that you're going to use it in a balanced way, that you're going to use it in a healthy and constructive way instead of a destructive way. So awareness is key here. And I want you to watch out not only for being impulsive with your speech and just saying things without thinking about them, but also be aware of making impulsive decisions this week. If you have an important decision to make within the next 2 to 3 days, I really want you to take your time, okay? Do not rush. Think things through in a very thorough way, because with this transit, there's more of a chance that you'll make a decision that you might regret later down the road. So please remember that. And then the final transit that we've got for Thursday, January 23rd. Also, again, we're still talking about Mercury, okay, the planet of communication at 23 degrees of Capricorn. But Mercury will also be trine Uranus at 23 degrees of Taurus. So this can be a very mentally stimulating transit, and you might have new ideas or new ways of seeing things, new perspectives that seem to come to you quite easily this week, okay? And you might feel the need to kind of break with your routine, the way that you've always done things, and to do something different for a few days. And if so, that's okay. Lean into that. That's the energy of the transit speaking to you, okay? So just be open to everything that comes your way and allow yourself to have different experiences this week with this particular transit. So this is the energy for this week. I wish you all good luck as you harness this energy in the most positive and constructive way that you can. I want you to set that intention today. And now we will go to our caller. I think we've got Mia from Nebraska. Hello, Mia.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Thanks so much for calling in. Would you like a tarot reading or astrology?
Tarot.
Okay, let's go for tarot. Okay, Mia. I'm going to shuffle the cards and then I'll do a spread for you. And is there any area in particular that you want me to focus on, or do you just want a general spread?
General.
Okay, let's do general. Okay, one more. Are you guys having the cold weather there too, Mia?
Oh, yes, we are.
You're probably a lot colder than me. I'm down in Houston, so way south of you. Tell me when to stop. Would you like for me to stop shuffling? Just say stop whenever you feel that I need to stop.
Okay.
Okay. Would you like for me to stop? Yep. Okay, right here. Okay, let's see. Okay, great. All right, Mia. So I'm seeing here in your spread, we do have the strength card. So I would say right now, it almost feels as if there's been a shift for you somehow, and you are stepping into your strength, or your energy feels empowered to me. But I feel almost as if this is something that's happened within the last few weeks. Does that make sense to you?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Sure, yeah. So we have the strength card here. And I know that with this card, I do feel as if there's a sense of empowerment for you, but it feels as if it's been a shift that's happened over the last few weeks, almost like something's happened. I'm feeling more empowered. I'm standing in my power. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay, good. But there is the conflict here of, I know that I'm standing in my power. There's things that I'm wishing for. There's things that I'm hoping for. But I have a little bit of doubt as to whether or not I can manifest what I really want. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, over the next few weeks, I do want you to be mindful of. So first of all, your personal power card, your energy now, would you understand reunions or seeing people that you haven't seen for a long time, or getting together with old friends?
Maybe.
Okay. All right. So I've got that as the personal power card. So I know that there's this feeling, or there's this energy right now around getting together with other people, being in a group, not being solo. And it almost feels as if feeding off of the energy of the group, inspiring each other, encouraging each other. But over the next 2 weeks, we do have the 5 of Wands, which can show that there's the potential for conflict. And this can either be like at work with work colleagues, or with friends, family, something along those lines. So over the next couple weeks, I want you to be very, very mindful. You've got this sense of empowerment that it feels like you've recently stepped into. And I want you to remember that no matter what's going on around you, you don't have to join in. If someone else is feeling disempowered, if they are creating chaos, if they are creating conflict, you don't have to participate in it. Okay? So I want you to remind yourself of that over the next few weeks. Whatever anybody else is doing, whatever they are going through, it doesn't have to include you, and it doesn't have to affect you and bring you down. That makes sense?
Yeah, probably my boyfriend.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, so please remember that, okay? You can keep the same energy, the same sense of empowerment that you have right now. You don't always have to participate in other people's things. You know, whatever issues they've got, that's about them, not about you. And over the next 4 weeks, over the next month, we do have the Justice card. So I feel, you know, just intuitively as that's coming up, it does feel as if there's something that has happened. You felt maybe it was a little bit unfair to you, or, it didn't work out well for you, but I feel like a shifting of energy. So it's almost like, the circle reverses, and in a way, it feels almost as if you're vindicated. Okay. Does that make any sense to you? You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, good. Good. All right. And so the answer card that I have here, I do have the 7 of Cups, and I just know that I'm feeling very strongly about the need to speak to you about, and it's funny, I mentioned it when we first got on, manifesting. Okay. Manifesting. So have you started to manifest, or have you started a manifestation practice, Mia?
Yes.
Okay.
I do to myself. Yes,
Okay. This is something that would be really, really beneficial for you to continue to do. It feels as if there's this whole thing, like where I feel spirits coming through and saying, tell her to, actively manifest, to actively picture what she wants, to feel as if she's got it right now, and to know that there's nothing that you can't have. So many times we adopt these beliefs of, I can't have what I really want. I can't have the love that I want. I can't have the job that I want. I can't have the money that I want because I'm just not worthy, right? Or I'm not enough in some way, okay?
Yep.
And so what Spirit is asking you to do is to discard any of those beliefs and really think about and visualize what it is that you want and what it is that you deserve, okay, Mia?
Yep.
Okay. And so also here, I want to talk about, again, if anything difficult comes up over the next few weeks, like with other people, I don't want you to buy into it with your own thoughts. I do have the 3 of Swords here. And so I want you to remember, no matter what anybody else is doing, no matter what else is going on, you have control over your thoughts. You can direct your thoughts toward what you want. You can direct your energy toward what you want to manifest. So right now with you, it almost seems to be as if there's 2 parts that are a little bit divided. There's the part that feels like I want something new. I want to do something different. And then there's the part that kind of feels stuck in the old patterns and ways of doing things and thinking about things. Does that make sense?
Yes, totally.
Good. So lean into the manifestation and more of what you want. Okay, Mia?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for calling in today. Stay warm, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. The stars may guide us, but at the end of the day, we hold the power to shape our destiny. So I want you to continue to shine your inner light, radiate it out, shine it brightly all around you. And I will see you here again next week. Have a great week.
Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. You're here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Hope you're having an absolutely fantastic week wherever you are in this planet of ours. Congratulations to America. You've now got your new president. He's hit the ground running. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people were watching around the world as he was signing his life away to all these amazing documents yesterday. It was quite unreal, I think, to sort of sit there and watch that on the screen. Somebody just keeps signing and more policy. But anyway, back here in Australia, we're about to celebrate Australia Day here on Sunday, so that's why the set's decorated for Australia Day. So let's get into the show right here and now with the Simply Tarot card of the week, which is the Sun card. The Sun card represents marriage, bright prospects, and happiness. Now, when we talk about marriage, I'm a little bit old-fashioned. I'm talking about church married, the one with the bit of paper, you know, where you go down, walk down the aisle or go to the registry office or go to the city building and get married, where you actually have a piece of paper that says that it's a legal situation. So it is marriage, happiness, and bright prospects. It can also be bright prospects, and then this is a really nice card to come out at the moment because a lot of us, I think, are feeling in a little bit of a frump now. We've had the holiday season, we've had New Year, we've set our resolutions, and now it's like, what's next? It's sort of like everything's fallen into a bit of a frump. So it's time now to sort of look to the future and look to what you want to implement this year, that, you know, you do have lots of bright prospects. There's lots of things that could be happening this year. And there's lots of reasons why you should have a smile on your dial, even if things aren't going quite the way that you would like them to. Let's try and put some positivity out there that, you know, there's always a brighter tomorrow. There's always something to look forward to, even in the darkest hour. And that's what the Sun card reminds us of. The sun will rise again tomorrow, no matter what our circumstances or where we are in the world or whether the skies are cloudy or snowing or raining or whatever. But the sun is still there in the background, shining the light on all of us, that we can all sort of move forward and look towards a much brighter future. So the astrology this week, look, I know there's a lot of talk on, you know, 6 planets aligning and all that sort of stuff. I'm not going to go there because there's that much stuff on social media about that. I would rather work with what I do every week and sort of give you a snapshot of, you know, what's happening in the universe, what's happening stars at the moment, just hours, you know, minutes before we go to air here, so that you know exactly at the latest up to the minute report of what's actually happening in our snapshot of the stars at the moment. So happy birthday to all the Aquarians. The sun has just gone into Aquarius, so it's a really interesting and exciting time of the year. The Aquarian energy is not for everybody. The Aquarian energy can seem a little bit strong sometimes. Yes, it is a fixed sign, so it does mean that they can be fixed and rigid and can be very dogmatic on the way that they have their version of the world. And sometimes it seems like they know everything. They sort of speak with such gusto and such determination, as if, well, hang on a minute, they couldn't possibly be wrong, because they're so determined in the way that they're delivering their message that they must be right. Well, that's not completely true. You know, every star sign can get something wrong. It doesn't matter whether you're an Aquarian, a Pisces or a Gemini. You know, we can all make a mistake. So it's great that they have such confidence. It's great that they have such belief systems in what they believe in. And when they think they're right, they know they're right, they are right. And for the rest of us mere mortals, we have to suck it up princess a little bit. So just be aware of that. You know, the Aquarian energy to me, when I first took up astrology many, many moons ago, it was interesting. I started to look around my friends and I could quite easily pick an Aquarian friend because of the way that they dressed. I had one particular girl that was in our lives at that point in time, and we were all going out for a girly night out, and, you know, she turned up in a pink dress, a green hat, orange shoes and purple handbag. And at that stage I was just getting into astrology, and I said, oh, by the way, you were an Aquarian? She said, how did you guess? And I thought, well, by your outfit, darling, it wasn't what I'd call colour coordinated. So they dare to be different. They enjoy being different, and they enjoy sort of being different in a way that sort of is a conversation piece that gets people talking, gets people thinking. So maybe that's not such a bad thing either. So we have Pluto, the planet of transformation, that's going to be in Aquarius for a very, very, very long time from here, is actually conjunct or holding hands the sun. So what this means is, particularly for Aquarians, that it's the slow transition of the transformation of, Pluto starting to reorganize your life. So if you're a very early Aquarian, you're going to be going through in the next few years a lot of change, transformation, and things that are going to be sort of sometimes not as palatable as what they should be. But just know that it's part of the Pluto energy of reorganizing and transforming your life. And sometimes these lessons aren't easy to learn or aren't easy to transition into, and we sort of balk at the system and we make it twice as hard as what we need to. So I suppose I'm asking you for a little bit of patience here and sort of listen to what Pluto's trying to say, because what he's trying to do is bring a benefit to your life, even though it may not seem that way to begin with. You're up in arms. This is not what I wanted. This is not how I wanted things to be. I feel as if the whole world's against me. Just try and sort of take a step back and look at the energy in a different way and ask, why is Pluto doing this? Why does Pluto feel so strongly that we need change in your life and we need things to be very different to what they were before? So it's an interesting equation there of what is actually sort of happening. So I just sort of want to, sort of stress with you that this is really, really important, and we need to be aware of that. We have Mercury, the planet of communication, is sitting in Capricorn at the moment. So this is a little bit like the school teacher with the red pen, sort of giving you a tick or a cross on your homework, how you're handling sort of things. So be aware if you've got some really important conversations that you have to go through at the moment and you are working with, then make sure that you are really sort of paying attention to everything that is being said and not just looking at things in the way that you want them to, that you're actually looking at them for what they truly are. It's a really important time if you've got to have some really serious discussions or deal with something of an official nature, whether it's something legal or government or something that's just very important to you. Make sure that you fully understand what you're reading, what you're signing, that you know exactly what is expected here, and don't sort of just skim over the top. I suggest if you've got to sign something that's really important, my suggested course of action is read it out aloud. Quite often then we pick up if something's not quite right, if there's a little mistake or a type over or whatever, where if we're just reading it to ourselves, we tend to sort of overlook that. Just a little trick that I've learned. I do have Mercury in Capricorn, so I really do dot the I's and cross the T's, and really are quite pedantic when it's anything to do with official situations particularly. And I like to make sure that my communication is as clear as possible, even if I'm just having a conversation with a friend about, nothing earth-shattering. I still like to make sure that my communication skills are as clear and as sharp as they can possibly be, and that the other person fully understands what I'm saying, because sometimes being a Sag, you can sort of be a little bit blunt and put your foot in it, as I am. And, you have to make sure that, you're not being rude or treading on someone's toes or hurting their feelings. So for me, Mercury in Capricorn is a really great asset there. We also have Saturn, the planet of discipline, is conjunct or holding hands Venus in Pisces. Now, what I'm saying to you here with this is that if you're looking for love, then maybe you need to be looking for love in a more disciplined sort of way. Now, what that means is you might be looking for a more mature love. You might be looking for somebody that's going to be more stable, more settled in your life this time around. Maybe you're sick of having relationships with people that don't work out, that, you always go for the bad boy and then wonder why you end up in tears. Or, you go for somebody that's full of fun and the life and soul of the party, but they have no backbone, they have no determination, they have no plans in life, they have no skills that they're working towards. And you sort of think, oh, well, that was good for 5 minutes while, at the beginning, but now I want something a little bit more stable, a little bit more grown up. Well, now is the time to sort of look in that direction of sort of sitting down, maybe making a list of the type of qualities you'd like in somebody in a prospective relationship. But don't forget to add a little bit of fun in there too, and a little bit of creativity, because after all, we are talking about the Pisces energy, which is about creativity and and, you know, the finer things in life and enjoying the mystical, the musical, the creative. You know, we're not all going to fall in love with musicians or artists, but we can have somebody that can have a bit of a sense of humour and make us feel as if life is, to be lived and to be fun, as well as being, taking the serious side of life too as well. So it's really important that everything sort of comes together and goes in a way that is absolutely sort of necessary. And it's sometimes difficult because, we're looking at, Saturn conjunct or holding hands Venus in Pisces, and everybody thinks, oh, well, that's only for Pisceans. No, it's not. It is affecting Pisces, Cancer, and Scorpio, and the opposite sign of Virgo, but it is washing across all the other remaining 8 signs as well. So it doesn't matter what the star sign is. If you're looking for love, then that message is for you. Sort of take on board that you've got to think outside the square a little bit. There's got to be a certain amount of a grown-up element to the relationship, but there can also be some fun elements to it too. That, you might meet somebody by taking up a new hobby or a new class or something like that. You've suddenly decided you've got a little bit of time on your hands and you want to take up, something creative like learning how to draw or how to paint or do something with websites or something like that. And you happen to meet somebody in an environment like that where it is quite structured and it is quite grown up, and it's, but at the same time, you're both there to learn something, and, you've got something in common. You've got some common interest there, which is really, really important as well. It's an interesting sort of place to have Saturn and Venus at the moment in Pisces, because it's almost like they don't necessarily go hand in hand, and yet they are going hand in hand and really enjoying working together and bringing about a different sort of stability to potential relationships moving forward. We also have Neptune, the planet of illusion and delusion, is in the final degrees of being in Pisces, and it actually rules Pisces, so it feels very, very comfortable there. So a lot of Pisceans have been getting, some good press, and a lot have been getting some not so good press around the world. But it's interesting because it is bringing them to the forefront that people are actually taking notice and looking at what they're saying and what they're doing, and not necessarily looking at it in a negative sort of way. They're looking at it in a very positive way, and that's a positive thing. I don't feel uncomfortable with that. I feel very positive with that, and that's a good thing. And you have Uranus, the planet of the unusual and the unexpected, is sitting in Taurus. It's been there for quite some time. It's still retrograde until the end of this month. So only a couple of weeks to go before Uranus will sort of change gears and move forward again. Now, Uranus is like the Tower card of the tarot deck. Uranus is sort of sudden, unexpected, deliberate, definite. Sometimes, yes, it can be not so good. It can be, indicating a catastrophe or something that's not pleasant. But most of the time, it's just clearing the pathway. It's saying to you, okay, there's a series of frustrations here. We need to sort of start clearing the pathway. We need to sort of look at, things that we do and sort of say, okay, this is really important, that we really sort of look at what needs to change in our lives. And it's good. And it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing, because we need to be able to sort of look at things and say, okay, this is good. This is what I need to do. This is how things are going about, that, that there's change there, and it's going to be affecting the earth signs more predominantly than it is the other signs. So we're talking about Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn, and the opposite sign of Scorpio. And it's a very interesting energy, because it's sort of asking us to sort of work with this energy and not sort of fight it. It's sort of like, if the changes are coming into your life, they're coming in for a reason. So let's accept those changes that are coming and be thankful of the changes, because we needed a bit of a shake-up. Finally, we're going to talk about Jupiter in Gemini. We've been talking about this for a while. Jupiter's still going to be in Gemini, going retrograde or backwards until the end of February. So it is still affecting the air signs, which is Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius, the opposite sign of Sagittarius. So if you're one of those 4 signs, and it will flow on to the others, but if you're trying to bring about change in your life, or you're hoping to get that promotion, or you're hoping that people will start to take notice of you, it's not that they're not taking notice of you. It's just maybe not the right time for the flow on to happen. So if you've been trying to get a promotion and you think nobody's taking any notice of me or whatever, yes, they are. It's just not the right sort of timing. So still continue to work hard, still continue on your dreams. Don't let everything fall over because you become a little bit despondent, or you picked your toe on a rock on the way into work. It's the time to sort of put your best face on and sort of really get out there and sort of look at things in a very, very positive way. So that's where we're the astrology section. We're going to take our first call, which is Shantae in Texarkana in Texas, and I'm sure I probably pronounced that wrong. Are you there, Shantae? Hello? Shantae?
Hello. I didn't want it.
Hi, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer for you?
Yes, I was hoping for just a general reading.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Right. The first thing that I feel that's coming up for you is we've got to start to sort of get you out of your comfort zones a little bit. I feel that, you know, the new year is kicked in and it's time now for you to sort of grab it with both hands and sort of start to look at what it is that you want to bring in. Last year to me was a stop-start year. You know, so you got going with some projects and then they came to a dead stop, and then it was sort of like I really had to push myself to get the momentum back up there to get things going again. So this year, are you looking to bring in something new as far as work's concerned, sweetie? Are you looking to change your job or do something different, learn something? Yeah, well, that's good because they're showing me that there's going to be a definite positive change there connected with, you know, money and work and sort of finally fulfilling a dream is how they were showing it to me, that sort of like this is going to be something that sort of once we get you bedded into the new job, which I don't think is quite just yet. I'm sort of looking around sort of late February, early March, sort of around that time, and it's sort of by about April, May, you're sort of really starting to bed into the job and you're feeling quite comfortable. And by the time we get to the middle of the year, it's like, wow, I wish I'd made this change before. But this is good because it means that you're listening to your inner voice, you're working with your own energy, you're not trying to swim against the tide, so to speak. You're working with the energy, and that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. I feel really comfortable with where things are going for you. They're also sort of showing me some changes to where you're living, but I didn't necessarily mean a change of residence. Is there, once we get you back to work and in a job that you're really comfortable with, are you looking to make some changes with where you're living, sweetie?
No, I wasn't planning on it, but there may be, I may be facing like some legal issues, so I may have to deal with that, maybe.
Right, okay. I'm not disputing you might have some legal issues to deal with, but what they were showing me was some changes around the house. And that can be sometimes as simple as hanging a new set of curtains or buying a new couch or doing something that sort of, in a sense, to reward yourself because of all the hard work that you've done and you've got this new job and you're getting on top of your finances. And it's like, wow, I can finally have that couch I've been looking forward to. And it's just sort of like I can see you sort of standing back and admiring something. If there is to be legal stuff, I don't think it's going to be in this first half of the year. I think it's going to be in the second half of the year. And I don't know that it's going to be quite as intense as what you think possibly. You know, nothing legal is easy, no matter, you know, how we look at it. But this doesn't seem to be quite as intense as what you first imagined it would be. It seems to be resolved or sorted out fairly quickly. So you seem to be certainly on the right track this year with where you're going and what you want to bring into your life. So that's a good thing. I don't feel uncomfortable with that. I feel very comfortable with what's sort of happening, and that's a good thing because, you know, you need to be able to do that, to sort of focus on where you're going and what you want in your life. And that's a good thing because you've worked hard to get to where you are, Shantae. So is there anything else I can help you with, sweetie?
No, ma'am, that's all. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're very, very welcome. And it's just, if I can wrap it up and say, look, you know, the most important thing to do is to just be true to yourself, sweetie. You know, if it feels right, then do it. If it feels uncomfortable, then take a step back and look at, why is this feeling uncomfortable? Why am I feeling that maybe, just maybe, I'm being told to slow down or maybe, you know, change course or change direction? Doesn't necessarily mean because it's uncomfortable that it's wrong. It just means let's just take a step back, take a deep breath, have another look at it and see whether or not we might need to tweak it in some way, and then we can go again. Because your intuition, your own psychic ability is really starting to pump up now. And I want to see that sort of come to real fruition for you, that, you know, that you really learn to work with it and it becomes automatic, like, you know, like just brushing your teeth. And that's how we need it to get to be, you know, and a lot of people sort of don't get this opportunity. They try really hard to try and bring in their own psychic ability, and no matter what they do, it doesn't flow. But for you, it's starting to flow. And that's why I said, you know, just take your time, listen to your instincts. If it feels right in your tummy, then it's right. And if it feels uncomfortable, let's take a step back and look at why it's feeling uncomfortable before we move on. But I know this year's going to be a very, very big year for you, Shantae, and it's well-deserved, sweetie. So lovely to talk with you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Oh, you're very, very welcome. So it's really interesting as we sort of move through the year that, everybody's going to experience this year in many, many different ways. And it's like, Shantae was just one example of, things sort of changing in her life and sort of wanting to make sure that she's on the right track. And sometimes it's hard. We don't understand what's intuition and what's wishful thinking. And we need to sort of look at things in a way that, a general rule of thumb, and this is what I've taught my students over many, many years, if it drives you nuts, if it happens to come into your mind more than once and it's literally driving you nuts that you can't do anything else, then that is your intuition guiding you that this is the right direction. If it only comes in once, yes, acknowledge it, or twice, acknowledge it, say that's great, I'll put that in my memory bank, or I'll write that down, or whatever, and I'll come back to it. But if it doesn't come back again, then it was just a passing thought. It was like a swipe on your cell phone. It was just going from one photo to the next. So we need to be aware of that. And the more that we develop our intuition, the stronger it becomes, because it's like anything. The more you practice, the better you get at it. So the more we start to take notice of what our first thought was. If you go to buy a car, what was your first thought when you looked at the blue car? If you felt uncomfortable, then maybe there's something that's not right there. If you looked at the red one and you felt, okay, that didn't feel right either, but the yellow one really suits me, I feel really happy about that, and it's not just because it's a happy colour, then you're starting to take notice of your own intuition. And that's really, really important. We need to follow our own intuition as we go through life, because the more we can rely on that, the better, the stronger it becomes, and the more automatic it becomes part of your daily routine without you even thinking about it. And that's really important, because we need to be able to do that. So it's a time of the year where, we're still very busy. We've just got over the holidays and there's lots of things sort of happening, and we're trying to get the year organised. And back here in Australia, we're coming to the end of summer holidays and kids are going back to school next week. So it's a very busy time. And in the Northern Hemisphere, you're still dealing with the cold and, changes that are going on in your local environment and just getting through your day. So it's sometimes can feel very overwhelming. And it's like the last thing I want to do is bring some other new skill into to play. And that's why I suggest if you just start to listen to what your first reaction is, even if you write it down or put it in your cell phone in a note and sort of say, well, my first reaction to this was, and then come back and look at it in a week or two's time and see how it's unfolded. It's manifested in that way that you can start to see a pattern then, that you're starting to feel really comfortable with what is actually sort of happening, that you can start to rely on your first thought, your first feeling, your gut feeling, as I like to call it. And then that it's right, because you didn't have time to put logic or practicality into it. That was your first feeling. That was your first thought. And we hear lots of people that sort of don't believe in the psychic phenomena use terms like gut feeling, or I had a feeling, or it wouldn't leave me alone, it kept coming into my head. And a lot of times law enforcement officers talk about their instincts, or their feeling that they had, or it doesn't feel right, or something's not adding up. And that's part of the psychic phenomena. That's just different words that we put on the same sort of energy, because they don't necessarily want to say that they believe in psychic ability, but yet they have gut feelings, and that's their terminology, their way for describing what is actually sort of happening. So it's a really interesting subject. It's something that you don't need to go off and do an official class on. You can sort of work on yourself and take notice of things. And, as I suggested, if you write it down, even on the simplest of things, you can go back and look at it and you'll start to see a pattern there, how right you were. Why did you have that feeling? You had that uncomfortable feeling when you first met Mary or Bob. And, everybody else around you said they were great people, and you sort of think, but I felt uncomfortable. Didn't feel right to me. Well, then you'll find out in time it wasn't right for you, that maybe they might be terrific people, but your connection with them wasn't going to be as pleasant as it was for everyone else. So again, you don't sort of shut the door on that. You sort of let it work out, but you sort of take notice of the fact that that was your first feeling. So it puts you a little bit more on guard, that you're sort of more aware of what's going on, that you don't just let things slide through the cracks, that you're much more aware than what you would have been, and that's a good thing. So life is sort of really going to be quite exciting, very interesting over the next few weeks. So for here in Australia, on Sunday, we're going to be celebrating Australia Day. That's a day where we all go out and go to the beach or go to a swimming hole or whatever, have a barbecue, throw some chops and snags on the barbie. That's what we call them here in Australia. And everybody has a great time and drinks far too much and parties on and all that sort of stuff. But it's a very important day. It's like your 4th of July in America. It's a day where we celebrate our nation, and it's a really important time. And I think we all need to sort of start looking at these very special events around the globe that are local, that are important to your part of the world, because we need to make sure that we really focus on these things. So this week I'm going to leave you with what here in Australia we call our unofficial national anthem, and it's been around for a very long time now, and it's John Farnham's You're the Voice. And for lots of people around the world, I know they know this song. It's sort of one of these things that here in Australia, if you don't know the words to this, you're in deep doo-doo, because, you really should know the words to this. Never mind our real anthem, we don't care about that, but this is our unofficial national anthem. So until next week, if you're an Aussie and you're overseas, don't forget to sort of think about home and celebrate Australia Day with us, even though you might be miles from home. There's a beautiful song out there by Peter Allen called I Still Call Australia Home, and that's also another beautiful song. So until next week, bye for now and happy Australia Day.
We made it. Happy New Year, everybody. We are in 2025 now. You all made it. Give yourselves a hand. You know what that means, 2025? It means we're only a mere 500 years away from finding out if Zager and Evans were right. And I can't tell if that's obscure or recondite or recondite. They tell me there's a difference between the meaning of recondite and recondite, but I have no idea. I'm not that pedantic. Oh, man.